Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Welcome back to the Public Service Commission's hearing in the matter of docket number 2019-226E, Dominion Energy South Carolina's IRP. Before we left, we determined that we would start with witness Hill, David G. Hill, counsel for South Carolina Coastal Conservation League and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, we are.
Before we proceed, we're going to do a roll call, starting with District 1, Commissioner Williams.
Commissioner Williams is present in the hearing room.
Vice Chair Belzer.
Belzer's present in the hearing room.
Commissioner Caston.
Caston present in the hearing room.
Commissioner Irvin.
Irvin present virtually.
Commissioner Thomas.
Thomas present in the hearing room.
Commissioner Powers.
Powers is present in the hearing room.
Chairman Williams is present in the hearing room. There's one more small matter to take up before we proceed with the next witness. We're going to take our next break at 4:30. Next break at 4:30, and the plan is to go until 6 o'clock unless that is imprudent to do so based on the order of witnesses. Does anyone have any questions before we begin? All right, Mr. Hill, will you please take the witness stand?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The South Carolina Coastal Conservation League and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy call Dr. David Hill to the stand.
Yes. Dr. Hill, if you would raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is David Hill, and I work at Energy Futures Group, P.O. Box 587 in Heinsberg, Vermont, 05461.
And Dr. Hill, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on July 10th, 2020, direct testimony consisting of 39 pages and 3 exhibits numbered DH1 to DH3?
I did.
And did you also cause to be pre-filed in this docket on October 14th, 2020, a corrected version of your direct testimony consisting of 39 pages?
Yes.
If the questions put to you in your corrected direct testimony were asked of you at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
They would be.
Were the exhibits to your direct testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, they were.
Excuse me, counsel. If I could ask your witness to get closer to his microphone. Our producers are saying they're having a hard time hearing him.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'll hold this on.
You still sound a little bit muffled there, sir. You may want to speak a little bit louder or maybe put the phone closer to your mouth.
I'll do that.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to have Dr. Hill's pre-filed corrected direct testimony entered into the record as though given orally from the stand, and to have the 3 exhibits attached to his pre-filed direct testimony identified as the next composite hearing exhibit.
Give me 1 second. Yes, General Counsel Wessinger Hill.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to ask for the benefit of those present and the court reporter if Mr. Hill could actually go through the corrections and cite what they are.
Counsel. Counsel, did you hear General Counsel Wessinger Hill?
Yes. Mr. Hill, do you have a statement of your corrections?
Yes,
Could you please
I do.
provide those?
Yes. I have three corrections. The first one, the caption for figure 6 on the top of page 23 is incorrect. The caption in the uncorrected filed testimony reads figure 6, regional benchmarking DSM potential study. It should read figure 6, accumulated savings as percent of sales. The second correction on page 28, line 13 and 14 read, this is lower than the 304 megawatt peak referenced by the market potential study in figure 7 above. Corrected, it should read in figure 9 above. So the figure 7 is replaced by figure 9, reference.
Mr. Hill, if I could, I believe it may be replacing figure 9 with figure 7.
Yes. No, excuse me. The way it's written now, it says in figure 7 above. Corrected, it should read, and this is on page 28, lines 13 and 14, this is lower than the 304 megawatt peak referenced by the market potential study in figure 9 above. That's the correction. The third correction is that there is no figure 7 in the direct testimony as filed. Figure 6 appears on page 23 and figure 8 is on the bottom of page 27. So to correct this, figures 8 through 11 with their accompanying text references should all be lowered by 1 digit. So figure 8 becomes figure 7 on page 27. Figure 9 becomes figure 8 on page 28. Figure 10 becomes figure 9 on page 31. And figure 11 becomes figure 10 on page 33. And I apologize for these oversights.
No problem, sir. Mr. Hill's pre-filed corrected direct testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand. And South Carolina Coastal Conservation League and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, DH1, DH2, DH3 will be marked as a composite exhibit and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 15.
Thank you. Dr. Hill, did you also cause to be pre-filed in this docket on October 2nd, 2020, rebuttal testimony consisting of 10 pages?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
If the questions put to you in your rebuttal testimony were asked of you at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
They would be.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to have Dr. Hill's pre-filed rebuttal testimony entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Mr. Hill's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. Dr. Hill, did you prepare a summary of your direct and rebuttal testimony today?
I did.
Would you please read your summary to the commission?
Certainly. Good afternoon, Chairman Williams and members of the commission. My name is David Hill, and I'm testifying in this proceeding on behalf of the South Carolina Coastal Conservation League.
Dr. Hill?
Southern Alliance. Yes.
I hate to be a stickler, but for some reason or another, we're having a very difficult time hearing you.
Let me try with the headphones, see if that's better. Let me just switch for a second.
Yes, sir, Dr. Hill. Take your time. So now, Dr. Hill, we're not hearing you at all. It may take a moment. If those are Bluetooth headphones, it may take a moment for them to come on.
Mr. Chairman, how is this?
That's much better.
Okay, I will just talk as if I'm talking onto the phone. I apologize.
Oh, no worries, sir.
I'm not sure why the speaker is not picking up, but
We hear you loud and clear now. Thank you.
so I'll start with the summary of the direct and the rebuttal testimony. Good afternoon, Chairman Williams and members of the Commission. My name is David Hill, and I'm testifying in this proceeding on behalf of the Southern Carolina Coastal Conservation League and the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy. I am a managing consultant with Energy Futures Group, Inc., and have over 20 years of experience working in energy efficiency program design and policy, including in the context of integrated resource planning, and have worked in over a dozen states and 6 countries outside of North America. The purpose of my testimony is to describe the results of my review and analysis of the Dominion Energy South Carolina 2020 Integrated Resource Plan, which was filed before this Commission on February 28, 2020. Specifically, I evaluated whether Dominion used reasonable assumptions and methodologies in the 2020 IRP based on my experience working in other jurisdictions, knowledge of industry standards, technological developments, and best available data and information. In my direct testimony, I identified several flaws in DESC's analysis, assumptions, and methodologies related to demand-side management, solar, and storage resources, and conclude that in light of these flaws, the 2020 IRP does not fairly evaluate these resources as contemplated by the Energy Freedom Act. Had DESC fairly evaluated these resources, it is very likely a clean energy portfolio would have emerged as a clear choice for a preferred plan. The differences between portfolios in DESC's own analysis in terms of both emissions reductions and in the amount of renewable generation is much larger than the differences in the present value costs estimated by DESC. For example, RP8 reduces CO2 emissions by more than 93 million tons, or 26% when compared to RP2. It also increases renewable generation by more than 90% when compared to RP2. These are partial, but nonetheless important contributions to progress towards the company's stated carbon neutral goals. In my review, I found that Dominion did not fully and accurately characterize and include demand-side management resources in the 2020 IRP. As I will discuss more when I turn to my rebuttal testimony summary, the EFA requires that Dominion not only include, but also fairly evaluate a high DSM case in the IRP. While Dominion modeled a high DSM case with a 1% level of savings, a level that I argue is overly conservative for a high case, and found that the high DSM case was least cost for 5 of the 8 portfolios that it modeled, Dominion dismissed this result in a cursory fashion, stating simply that the high DSM case was likely unachievable and of unknown cost effectiveness. They did this without conducting any analysis to support that statement. I also noted the 2020 IRP modeling did not use a high and low load forecast in combination with the assessment of DSM cases, though Mr. Bell acknowledged in his rebuttal testimony the company intends to do so in future IRPs. I also indicated DESC's 2020 IRP excluded from the portfolios it modeled several demand response resources that were identified as cost-effective in its 2019 market potential study. Next, I concluded that the cost projections used by DESC for solar and battery technologies in the 2020 IRP were significantly higher than industry references, though Dominion did address some of my critiques in its amended IRP filed with their rebuttal testimony. Specifically, in his rebuttal, Mr. Neely indicated a downward adjustment to battery costs to more accurately reflect industry standards and the inclusion of the federal investment tax credit of 10% for solar and battery systems. He did not address my critique that the summer capacity values for solar and solar paired with batteries are too low. Lastly, I found that DESC did not compare the intervenor provided resource plans and scenarios against its 8 resource plans, did not provide justification for why such a comparison was not possible, and did not explain adequately why the intervenor inputs were unreasonable. This is important because for every scenario, the intervenor's least cost resource plan is less costly than the least cost portfolio in the company's plan for the same scenario. A more complete evaluation of the clean energy resources included in the intervenor plans should be required. The purpose of my surrebuttal testimony is to respond to Ms. Teresa Griffin's rebuttal testimony, in which she defended Dominion's outright dismissal of the high DSM case in the IRP. In particular, Ms. Griffin continued to assert that the 2019 potential study did not support the 1% annual incremental savings modeled in the high DSM case. However, just because the 2019 market potential study did not evaluate a 1% level of savings, it was not designed to, and thus it could not have supported a 1% level of savings. The fact that the 2019 market potential study, which Dominion commissioned for a different proceeding, did not evaluate higher levels of DSM savings, does not excuse Dominion from including in its IRP a fair evaluation of the high DSM case, as the plain language of the EFA states it must do. Dominion acknowledges that they did not even attempt to study the cost effectiveness of the 1% DSM case, making its statement that the cost effectiveness was, quote, unknown, a foregone conclusion. For the company to dismiss the 1% DSM case in the IRP as likely not achievable and of unknown cost effectiveness without actual analysis is not the fair evaluation required by the EFA. The fact that many utilities in many other jurisdictions have been able to meet 1% savings levels and exceed 1% savings levels is further evidence that at minimum, DESC should have evaluated whether they could reach this level as well. Indeed, I continue to recommend and support the investigation of a high DSM case with savings above 1% as appropriate in this IRP. This need for heightened inquiry is underscored by the fact that the high DSM case had lower estimated net present value costs than the medium DSM case for the majority of the portfolios Dominion evaluated. In addition, the recently ordered adjustments to DESC's avoided costs for DSM measures increases the savings in the cost effectiveness ratios for the medium portfolio, and it will also improve the cost effectiveness for both a 1% or a higher true high case DSM portfolio. The ESC, however, has yet to evaluate the cost effectiveness or achievability of either of these higher options, rendering its evaluation of the high DSM case unfair. Since DESC's IRP plan finds that the 1% case would save ratepayers money in most of the portfolios, I recommend the Commission reject DESC's IRP as filed and require DESC to file a modified IRP that includes an updated and fair analysis of the achievability and cost effectiveness of the 1% and higher levels of DSM. If these cases are found to be cost effective and achievable, they should be included in the IRP preferred plan and in the company's future decision making and reflected in any near-term action plan. I am not asking that DESC redo the potential study but simply that the IRP include a fair evaluation of a high case for DSM, as it is required to do. I recommend this does not need to wait for the next IRP cycle or for the IRP update, and it can and should be done as a result of this proceeding. I want to emphasize that I appreciate the steps that Ms. Griffin and DESC are taking to enhance and expand the company's DSM programs. These programs are essential elements that will help the company reduce system costs. They will benefit the state's economy by saving both residential and business customers money, and they will reduce environmental impacts. I respectfully recommend that the Commission, 1, reject DESC's 2020 IRP as filed, and 2, order DESC to correct and refile its 2020 IRP to remedy the deficiencies in its analyses of demand-side portfolios, to include a fair evaluation of a high DSM case with at least 1% annual savings. The refiled IRP should also revise the calculations of summer capacity value for solar and solar with battery storage. The Commission should also require such a refiled plan to account for a low load forecast and also to more meaningfully compare the intervenor provided resource plans against Dominion's 8 portfolios. This concludes my summary of the direct and rebuttal testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. The witness is now available for cross-examination from the parties and questions from the Commission.
Thank you very much, Counsel. Dominion Energy, South Carolina, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. It's Chad Burgess for Dominion Energy, South Carolina. We have no questions of Dr. Hill.
Thank you, sir. South Carolina Solar Business Alliance.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I'm just start my video. I apologize. I'm having trouble with my video, but we do not have any questions for this witness.
Thank you, Attorney Snowden. Johnson Development Associates.
Mr. Chairman, Johnson Development doesn't have any questions. Thanks.
Office of Regulatory Staff.
No questions from ORS. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, questions for this witness?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Powers.
Thank you today for your testimony, Dr. Hill. I had one question. You mentioned that you feel that Dominion could reach the 1% savings level. In any of your studies or research, have you found where Dominion reached that level when required in other states?
That's a good question. I am not familiar with Dominion's current savings in other states, but I can check on that for you. And I would not be surprised if they are reaching or exceeding that level currently.
Well, or other states are requiring it at some point, aren't they?
Yes, there are many states that are looking to exceed a 1% annual savings level. And I'd also note that the Dominion savings are ramping up to a 0.7% savings at the end of the planning, the end of the current DSM period. So it's ramping up over time to 0.7%.
Thank you.
But yes, there are. Yep.
Thank you, Commissioner Powers. Commissioner Irvin.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Hill?
Yes, sir.
I'd be interested in knowing how many other IRPs have you been called upon to analyze in your career, if you know, give us an approximation.
With the IRP planning, I have participated in, I think, recently I've worked in Nova Scotia and in Tennessee in the review of IRP related plans and the DSM portfolios in those plans. I'm not an IRP planner myself, tend to be looking at the composition of a DSM portfolio of renewable resources within those plans.
Have you testified before any other commissions?
Yes, I've testified before commissions in Maryland on multiple occasions, in Pennsylvania, Nova Scotia, Ontario, and before regulatory proceeding workshops in Pennsylvania, New York, and Vermont.
Would you be willing to prepare a late filed exhibit which summarizes your recommendations in the form of an action plan to give us some guidance about how we should implement your recommendations sequentially? And what I mean by that is we know that some studies will take more time than others, and so could you do that for us?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to let the chairman give you the time frame for that because we're working under a deadline. So, Mr. Chairman, could you provide the witness with the time frame for a late filed exhibit and give the company an opportunity to reply, please, sir?
Absolutely, Commissioner Irvin. Sir, Dr. Hill, if you could provide that late file exhibit no later than October 21st of this year, and that late file exhibit will be hearing exhibit 16.
Thank you.
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Irvin. And the company will have until October 28th to respond with a late file exhibit that will be entered into the record as hearing exhibit 17. Okay, any more questions for this witness? Commissioner Williams?
Thank you, Chairman Williams. Dr. Hill, I noted in your testimony that you referred to ACEEE's evaluation of demand-side management and energy efficiency opportunities in the Southeast, and I appreciate your including that data in your testimony. My question may be one that's not fair to you, but it's fair to me to ask it. I note that you work for one or two of the companies that may serve on the advisory committee to Dominion related to their energy efficiency and demand-side management programs. And I wondered if you had any knowledge of those advisors' recommendations for particularly the high level of energy efficiency opportunities that were considered by the company. Did that make sense?
There was the development of the market potential study had some stakeholder proceedings which I did not participate in, but as some of the earlier discussion and the cross-examination of presented by Mr. Pickles in the energy efficiency docket indicated, the company did not, in the market potential study, evaluate the cost effectiveness of savings above the medium portfolio. So it was limited to the 0.7%. It found that was cost effective and that was achievable, but it explicitly did not look at higher levels of savings. So I am aware that at that time, participants in that process in terms of participating in review of the scoping for the market potential study were encouraging higher levels of savings to be investigated, but they were not done so in the scope of that study. Does that answer your question adequately?
I think what you're suggesting is that SACE or CCL, as members of the advisory committee, were recommending evaluating a higher level of energy efficiency. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, this is Chad Burgess for Dominion Energy. The witness just stated he wasn't present at those meetings, and I would object to that answer on the grounds that he has hearsay testimony being presented here today.
Your objection is noted for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other commissioner questions for this witness? Any redirect? All right, Dr. Hill, thank you for joining us today. You can step down from the witness stand, subject to being recalled for further questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, does that complete South Carolina Coastal Conservation League's and the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy's case?
It does. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Moving on to the Sierra Club.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Dorothy Jaffe on behalf of the Sierra Club, and we would, at this time, like to call Derek Stenclick.
Mr.
Hello,
Stenclick,
thank you, Dorothy.
please,
Can you hear me and see me okay?
we can hear and see you. Please,
All right, great.
please proceed. Is it Stenclick or Stenslick?
Stenslick, but I'll go with whatever is easiest for all of you.
Stenslick. No, Stenslick is fine.
Mr. Stenslick, if you will raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stenclick, can you please state and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure. Derek Stenslick, Stenslick.
And who are you employed by and in what capacity?
I'm the founding partner of Telus Energy.
And did you cause to be prepared and pre-filed in this case 37 pages of testimony in both a public and confidential version on July 10th?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review that testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or revisions to your direct testimony?
No, I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions contained in your pre-filed direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that Mr. Stenslick's pre-filed direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Okay, Mr. Stenslick's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand. And my understanding is that you want the public version of that available and the confidential portion of that to remain confidential, right?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Stenslick, did you also cause to be prepared and pre-filed in this case, along with your direct testimony, 7 exhibits labeled as DS1 through DS7, 2 of which were marked as confidential, DS3 and DS7. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have any changes or revisions to those exhibits?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I move that both the public and confidential exhibits attached to Mr. Stenslick's pre-filed direct testimony be admitted into the record.
Absolutely. Sierra Club's DS1, DS2, DS4, DS5, and DS6 will be marked as a composite exhibit and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 18. And those exhibits are public. Sierra Club exhibit DS3 and DS7 will be entered into the record as hearing exhibit 19, and those exhibits will remain confidential.
Thank you. Mr. Stenslick, did you also cause to be prepared and pre-filed in this case 24 pages of surrebuttal testimony on October 2nd?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review that surrebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or revisions to your surrebuttal?
No, I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that Mr. Stenslick's pre-filed surrebuttal testimony be moved into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Stenslick's pre-filed surrebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Senslik, did you prepare a summary of both your direct and your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
Can you please read it?
Sure. Good afternoon. Thank you for your time today. My name is Derek Senslik, and I'm the founding partner of Talos Energy, a power systems analytics and engineering firm specializing in renewable integration. Over the past 10 years, I've supported utility, grid operator, and renewable energy developer clients across the power industry with detailed power system modeling similar to the analysis conducted by Dominion. I've submitted both direct and rebuttal testimony in this case. The purpose of my direct testimony is to review and evaluate various components of Dominion Energy South Carolina's 2020 Integrated Resource Plan. I discuss alternative assumptions that should be used in Dominion's long-term planning, identify risks of a continued coal operation, provide alternative resource plans to the ones proposed by Dominion, and recommend that the Commission take actionable steps to retire coal generation and replace it with modern, clean, and flexible technologies. After reviewing Dominion's IRP, its least cost resource plan, referred to as RP2, is based on inappropriate assumptions, including load forecasts that are too high, combustion turbine capital costs that are too low, and battery storage costs that are too high. The internal combustion turbine costs were almost 50% lower than other industry sources, and the original battery costs were 60% higher. In the IRP supplement, the 2031 and onwards battery costs are 16% higher than intended. This resulted in portfolios that continue to operate coal indefinitely, do not include additions of renewable generation, and do not integrate battery energy storage technology. With respect to Dominion's load forecast, there has been a consistent bias over the past 13 years of overstating load projections. The load forecast is one of the most important assumptions in the IRP analysis, specifically the summer and winter peak loads. This is because the peak load values determine the reserve margin calculation and the need for new capacity. Based on Dominion's planning criteria, there needs to be enough firm capacity to meet 112% of summer peak demand and 114% of winter peak demand. As a result, every 100 megawatts of peak demand growth directly corresponds to 14 megawatts of additional new capacity that is required in the later years of the forecast. Overestimating peak demand could therefore lead directly to an over-procurement of capacity for Dominion ratepayers. To illustrate the benefits of alternative portfolios, I conducted similar analysis to Dominion. To the extent possible, I utilized the same methodology as Dominion to test alternative resource portfolios with limited changes to inputs and assumptions to make for a direct comparison. For this work, I utilized the Plexos model. My independent modeling indicates that when assumptions are revised to more appropriate values, Dominion's least cost and lowest CO2 plan could change significantly. Based on this analysis, Dominion should retire Watery and Williams before 2028 to avoid unnecessary expenditures and plan for additional solar and storage resources. This would save Dominion ratepayers $14.4 million compared to Dominion's proposed least cost portfolios, avoid $255 million of environmental upgrades for aging and polluting infrastructure, and instead allocate investments towards state-of-the-art, highly flexible, and clean energy technologies. This would be a more reasonable and prudent plan as required by Act 62. In addition, there are several risks associated with continued coal operations, many of which were not evaluated in the IRP but warrant qualitative discussion. These include reliability risks of aging infrastructure, need for increased flexibility for future uncertainty, potential for more stringent federal or state environmental policy, and cost uncertainty in environmental upgrades. Dominion's coal plants are aging and will likely experience increased outages as indicated by the failure of Watery Unit 2. The generator has been on outage since January and will not return to service until mid-2022. This represents a large loss of capacity for Dominion stemming from a single failure mode. Replacing large coal plants with smaller, more dispersed, more flexible, and modular solar and storage systems can yield improved reliability and fuel diversity benefits. After receiving the recommendations and feedback via the IRP testimony of other parties, Dominion was then willing to incorporate adjustments into their modeling and create an IRP supplement. This is an important aspect of the stakeholder process, and Dominion's willingness to thoroughly review intervener testimony and make some of the updates that were suggested is appreciated. For example, Dominion lowered the battery capital costs and updated the degradation, augmentation, and maintenance assumptions for battery storage. In this case, I believe that Dominion's revised approach, which differs from the ORS recommendation better captures the reality of long-term battery maintenance and degradation than the proposal recommended by the ORS report. Modern battery energy storage systems are designed and are often warranted to last more than 20 years with limited augmentation required. However, some of the updates were not implemented correctly. Specifically, the implementation of the de-escalation costs of battery storage and solar PV in Dominion's revenue requirements model is incorrect and once again overstates these costs in future years by more than 16%. In addition, Dominion stated in its rebuttal testimony that the combustion turbine capital cost assumptions, which were up to 50% lower than market prices quoted in the industry, were based on a volume discount given to its parent company. It is inappropriate for long-term planning document to use a volumetric discount for purposes of creating its resource portfolios. Even if Dominion received a vendor quote significantly lower than capital costs seen in other industry reports due to a volume discount, it is highly unlikely that these prices would be guaranteed for the next 15 years, especially if the number of units purchased by 2035 was much lower than anticipated. Due to the changes implemented by Dominion in its IRP supplement, I also updated my modeling. The new results yielded a similar conclusion to my direct testimony. The retirement of Watery and Williams in 2026, replacement with solar and storage resources, and lower assumed load growth yield cost savings for Dominion ratepayers relative to Dominion's preferred plans, upwards of $15.4 million and an increase of $1 million from the original IRP assumptions. The Sierra Club portfolios with coal retirements and replacement with clean energy remain the most reasonable, prudent, and least cost option. Lastly, my SIR rebuttal also addresses concerns raised by Dominion, specifically Mr. Neely, about reliability of Sierra Club portfolios. Note that Dominion did not request any additional information, assumptions, or modeling results beyond the information provided in my direct testimony. As a result, Mr. Neely does not have the information required to make this statement and is instead relying on a preconceived notions about how reliability should be managed. In doing so, he is highlighting an incorrect bias that only fossil generation can meet reliability needs. As stated in my direct testimony, additions were made to ensure a reliable system, and there was no intent or need for battery storage and solar to be a one-for-one replacement for the coal generators. Dominion's system is overbuilt, and replacing coal capacity one-for-one would place unnecessary costs on Dominion ratepayers. The coal plants are currently running approximately 20% less than historical levels due to economics and low gas prices. Replacing underutilized coal generation with a baseload resource is neither economic nor necessary. The Sierra Club portfolios meet the same reliability criteria modeled by Dominion and do so using technology that is more flexible and modular and will better meet the evolving needs of the system as it incorporates higher levels of renewable energy and changing customer needs. Based on both my direct and SIR rebuttal testimony, I recommend that the Commission require Dominion to resubmit their IRP, correcting the implementation of the battery and solar capital cost escalation rates, removing the ICT volume discount, evaluating its resource portfolios with a lower peak load forecast, and analyzing new alternative portfolios that retire Williams and Watery coal plants and replace them with clean, modern, and cost-effective technologies. The Commission should also require Dominion to conduct a coal retirement analysis and open a new docket specifically related to the retirement and replacement of Williams and Watery coal plants that evaluate the reliability risks and environmental costs of their continued operation, as well as options to replace legacy coal technology with state-of-the-art clean energy. This concludes the summary of my direct and SIR rebuttal testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Stenslick. The witness is now available for cross and questions from the Commission.
Dominion Energy, South Carolina, cross-examination.
Mr. Chairman, this is Chad Burgess for the company. We do not have any questions for this witness.
South Carolina Coastal Conservation League and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, cross-examination.
Yes, this is Kate Lee with Safety CCL, and we also do not have any questions, any cross-examination questions for this witness.
Thank you, ma'am. South Carolina Solar Business Alliance.
This is Ben Snowden with the South Carolina Solar Business Alliance. We do not have questions for Mr. Stenslick.
Johnson Development Associates, cross-examination.
Mr. Chairman, Johnson Development doesn't have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Office of Regulatory Staff, any questions for this witness?
No cross-examination questions from ORS, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Bateman. All right, commissioners, questions for this witness?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Irvin.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Stenlick, if you testified before other commissions along the lines you testified today?
Yes, I was actually in front of the South Carolina Commission last year in 2019 for the avoided cost docket. I've also testified in front of the Canadian House on natural resources. And then I've also helped prepare testimony for cases in front of the New Mexico Commission and actively support the commission in Hawaii. But my actual testimony is limited to those first two cases, mostly because my previous employer, up to about a year and a half ago, did not permit it.
Thank you, sir. One of your recommendations is that the South Carolina Commission open a separate docket to review the Williams and Wateree coal-fired facilities. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
I'd say,
how would that work in terms of the timing of our IRP? We've been told by the company that retirement studies may take time, substantial time, maybe months to complete. So how would you contemplate we approach that if we did choose to open a separate docket? Would that proceed parallel with the amended or supplemented IRP, or would it tell me what your thoughts are on that?
Yeah, and I think the recommendation of a separate docket or how the mechanics of this actually play out are less important. What I was trying to get across there was really the need to start this now. And there's been a lot of testimony throughout this proceeding that basically says the IRP or Dominion has made the point that it really isn't even a plan, and so it's not very actionable. And so the idea being to create a separate docket or a separate process that has a little more action plan focus to it and some real outcomes to it that the utility can plan to. That's part of it. The other part is there is time, and so to allow that to transpire in parallel to the next IRP update, certainly whatever comes out of that retirement analysis should feed into the next IRP, but I think it is worth having it as a separate process to make sure it gets the attention that it deserves.
Now, we currently have an IRP update scheduled for February 2021. So that's not going to be sufficient time to do retirement studies. So nonetheless, you still think it would be a worthwhile endeavor to we could incorporate it in later amendments or supplements to the IRP and subsequent updates. Is that your thinking?
I think that's fair. I do believe that by the February 2021 IRP update, certainly you couldn't do a full retirement analysis, but could continue evaluating retirements in that while doing the full analysis in parallel to that process.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Irving. Any more questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Belzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Stenlick. Good to see you again.
Yeah, thank you. Good to see you again as well.
One of your recommendations with regard to requiring Dominion to update capital cost assumptions, I believe you indicated, if possible, to utilize actual project bid data for resource planning. Is that correct?
Yes, and I believe that was somewhat taken out of context. I would not advocate for Dominion to go out and get bid data solely for price discovery, but there's, as Ms. Summer brought up earlier today, there's a way to use actual bid data from similar projects that are going forward in the Carolinas and across the region. That's one way to do that. The other way is to start getting serious about deploying some of these resources and going out and procuring some on a pilot basis that could help get some real cost data in there that could then also be used. I think what my testimony tried to convey was really making sure that the numbers that are being used are realistic and present. So sometimes when we rely on industry reports, as both my testimony and Dominion's did, those reports can be old. So even if we use a fairly new report that was published in the last year, a lot of the data going into that was based on information from 2 or 3 years prior. And so there can be this lag in the IRP process that the data is 2 to 3 or 4 years old by the time it's getting evaluated and presented. And that poses a big challenge for things like solar and battery storage that are the costs are decreasing so quickly that time really matters.
I appreciate you guessed where I was going, and I appreciate your explanation. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right, if there are no more questions for this witness.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Caston.
That's all right. Mr. Stenslick, looking at your recommendations, it says commission should also take into account the reality of low load growth and naturally occurring energy efficiency, efficiency gains not attributed directly to or incentivized, utility sponsored sectoral changes in the economy. I guess all that is saying that we should take into consideration that there would be maybe a lower demand over what the next year, the next 5 years, next 15 years, next 20 years, a lower growth. Is that what I'm understanding that recommendation to say?
Yes, absolutely. I think if you look over the last 13 years of the utilities load forecasting, it's been consistently high, and in reality, load growth has been much slower than anticipated over that time period. Dr. Lynch testified earlier today about there being a reset after the 2008 recession, and a step change in how that's occurring. And certainly that has occurred really across the industry, and I think there's impacts from the recession, but also just more faster adoption of energy efficiency than even not necessarily attributed to a utility program. So load growth has certainly not materialized across the industry as was expected over the past 10 years. And I think given the uncertainty around where the economy is today, COVID-19 lasting impacts for the next few years, I think there's a very high likelihood that load will be lower than anticipated.
Okay, let me ask this, because again, in my previous life, in say the water side, the water utility side, I always was of the opinion that when it came to building stuff, a plant, pump station, tank, whatever that is, that might be reasonable to think 5 years, 10 years, that range. But when it came to supply itself, needed to look 50 to 100 years down the road, because it just doesn't happen overnight. I mean, you just can't create water. You either have it or you don't. So as I think about this, I don't know how, if the projections are wrong, or let's say right now that trend is correct, but in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, something happens to show it going significantly up. How long does it take to adjust and say, oh, we guessed wrong? How long does it take to meet that demand?
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you asked that, because I'll be the first one to say that the projections will be wrong. Whether it's my projections, Dominion's projections, nobody's going to get the projection exactly right. There's going to be some error in that, and that's the reason, one, we should have a wider scenario analysis in this IRP, is to evaluate wider ranges of the load forecast. So that's the first recommendation directly applied to the IRP. But the second gets more pointed to your question about what the risk is if you are wrong. And there's two ways to evaluate that. Really, the benefit of going the route that I've been discussing with solar and storage resources is those resources are highly modular. If you want to buy a 10 megawatt plant, you can do that. If you want to buy a 100 megawatt plant, if you want to go out and procure 1,000 megawatts, you can do that. I mean, the batteries themselves come in shipping containers, right? And it's you just, however many you want, you know, I'm simplifying a little bit, but you stack them up and you build a bigger plant. And so to some extent, or more so for solar and storage, you can kind of build them like Lego blocks and scale up the system to what you need. On the flip side, if you're looking at a coal plant or a gas plant, those come in really large blocks, right? You have to go out and procure the combustion turbines, for example, 550 megawatt blocks. And so if you look out, and those take years to develop and deploy, if you build that and then you come in and the load doesn't materialize, you end up with an overbuilt system. And frankly, that's where Dominion is today, is there's more supply on the system than is needed based on the load. And so you could run the risk of locking ratepayers in to more supply than they need. Whereas if you go with a more modular approach, you can scale that up. If the load forecast comes in and you need 50 more megawatts of capacity, you can go out and get that 50 megawatts additional.
So no fear or concern of rolling blackouts in the next few years?
I think we can plan accordingly to avoid that. That is exactly our role as planners, to make sure that that does not happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caston. If there are no more questions for this witness, Mr. Stenslick, you may step down from the witness stand, subject to being recalled for further questioning.
Thank you all.
All right, I said we would take a break at 4:30. It's 4:14, and from what I see here, we have 4 more witnesses. Those witnesses will be called by the Office of Regulatory Staff. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is everyone ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll be back at 4:30. We got a 15-minute break. Be back at 4:30. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the South Carolina Public Service Commission's hearing in matter 2019-226-E, Dominion Energy South Carolina's IRP hearing. We have come to the point where the Office of Regulatory Staff will call its first witness, but before we do that, we will have a commissioner roll call, starting with District 1, Commissioner Williams.
Is present in the hearing room.
Vice Chair Belzer.
I am present in the hearing room.
Commissioner Caston.
Caston's in the hearing room.
Commissioner Urban.
Present virtually.
Commissioner Thomas.
Present in the hearing room.
Commissioner Powers. Present in the hearing room. And Chairman Williams is present here in the hearing room. Office of Regulatory Staff, please call your first witness, excuse me.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. The ORS calls as its first witness Mr. Anthony Sandinato.
Mr. Sandinato, please take the witness stand.
Mr. Sandinato, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Sandinato, please state your full name and occupation for the Commission.
My name is Anthony Sandinato, and I'm employed as a Senior Regulatory Manager for the Office of Regulatory Staff.
And are you the same Anthony M. Sandinato who pre-filed 6 pages of direct testimony in Docket 2019-226-E on July 10th, 2020?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, I do not.
If I asked you today the same questions as those posed in your pre-filed direct testimony, your answers remain the same.
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that the pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Sandinato be read into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Sandinato's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand. I think someone may have their microphone on or phone unmuted. If you would, disable your computer microphone and mute your phone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Sandinato, did you file as an attachment to your direct testimony 187-page exhibit marked AMS-1?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to that exhibit?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that Exhibit AMS-1 be marked for identification and entered into the record of this case as the next hearing exhibit.
Thank you, Attorney Bateman. ORS AMS-1 will be entered into the record as hearing exhibit 20.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sandinato, did you also prepare 3 pages of surrebuttal testimony in this docket, which was filed with the Commission on October 2nd, 2020?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to your pre-filed surrebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that the pre-filed surrebuttal testimony of Mr. Sandinato be read into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Sandinato's pre-filed surrebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if read orally or as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, if the Commission will indulge, we have a brief question and answer format for Mr. Sandinato's summary. Mr. Sandinato, please state the purpose of your direct testimony.
The purpose of my testimony is to set forth and support ORS's recommendations resulting from the examination and review of Dominion Energy South Carolina's Integrated Resource Plan and associated filings in this docket to determine compliance with certain sections of the South Carolina Energy Freedom Act. ORS retained the consulting services of J. Kennedy & Associates to assist in the review and analysis of the company's IRP.
Thank you, Mr. Sandinato. Please detail the aspects of your evaluation of the company's IRP and direct testimony.
ORS relied on the requirements provided in South Carolina Code Annotated 583740B1.
And based on the evaluation, what were your recommendations?
ORS recommended the company be required to modify the 2020 IRP. ORS recommended 19 changes which are discussed in more detail in Exhibit AMS-1 and the testimonies of ORS witnesses Barron, Cullen, and Hayet.
this conclude your direct testimony summary?
Yes.
Please state the purpose of your rebuttal testimony.
The purpose of my rebuttal testimony is to set forth and support ORS's recommendations and evaluations resulting from the examination and review of the IRP supplement and the additional information filed in the company's rebuttal testimony and exhibits.
Mr. Santanato, please detail your evaluation of the company's IRP supplement and rebuttal testimony.
ORS relied on the requirements provided in South Carolina Code Annotated 583740B1.
And based on your evaluation, did the company address all items recommended by the ORS report?
No, the company addressed all but 3 items recommended in direct testimony.
And based on your review, do you believe the company has met the requirements set forth in South Carolina Code Section 58-37-40B1?
Yes, I do.
Does this conclude your rebuttal testimony summary?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Mr. Santanato. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Santanato is available for questions from opposing counsel and commissioners.
Thank you very much. Is there any cross-examination from the Sierra Club?
This is Dorothy Jaffe. No, we have no questions.
Johnson Development Associates?
Mr. Chairman, this is Court Walsh. We don't have any questions.
Thank you, sir. South Carolina Solar Business Alliance.
Mr. Chairman, this is Ben Snowden from Solar Business Alliance. We do not have any questions.
All right. South Carolina Coastal Conservation League.
No questions from Coastal Conservation League or Southern Alliance for Clean Energy. Thank you.
Dominion Energy, South Carolina. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, this is Chad Burgess for the company. We do not have any questions for Mr. Santanato. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, questions for Mr. Sandinato? All right, hearing no questions, Mr. Sandinato, you can step down from the witness stand, subject to recall for further questioning. ORS, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. ORS calls its next witness, Mr. Phil Hayes.
Mr. Hayat, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Did you say I do? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Sir, I don't believe your microphone is on.
I'm sorry. It is, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hayat, please state your full name and occupation for the commission.
My name is Philip Hayes, and I'm Vice President and Principal of J. Kennedy and Associates.
Thank you, Mr. Hayat. And I just want to confirm your volume is a little bit low on this end. Mr. Chairman or commissioners, can y'all hear Mr. Hayat okay?
Possibly improved now because I moved it closer.
That's better.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hayat.
Okay.
And are you the same Philip Hayat who pre-filed 16 pages of direct testimony in this docket on July 10th, 2020?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, I don't.
And if I asked you today the same questions as those posed in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers remain the same?
They would.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, ORS asks that the pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Hayat be read into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Hayat will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hayat, did you file as an attachment to your direct testimony one 14-page exhibit marked as Exhibit PH-1?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to that exhibit?
No, I don't.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, ORS asks that Exhibit PH-1 be marked for identification and entered into the record of this case as the next hearing exhibit.
ORS Exhibit PH-1 will be entered into the record as hearing exhibit number 21.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hayett, did you also prepare 26 pages of surrebuttal testimony in this docket, which was filed with the Commission on October 2nd, 2020?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to your pre-filed surrebuttal testimony?
No, I don't.
Mr. Chairman, ORS requests that the pre-filed surrebuttal testimony of Mr. Hayett be read into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed surrebuttal testimony of Mr. Hayett will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And similar to what occurred with Mr. Sandonato, we have a question and answer format for Mr. Hayett's summary. Mr. Hayett, have you ever testified before the South Carolina Public Service Commission?
No, I have not.
Since this is your first time appearing, can you please give the Commission a synopsis of your educational background and work experience in the area of utility regulation?
Yes, I'd be pleased to. I received a BS and MS degree in electrical engineering from Purdue University and Georgia Tech, respectively, with a specialization in power systems analysis. I have over 40 years of experience in the electric utility industry, having worked in areas related to resource planning and policy analysis. I started my career working 15 years for EMA, the vendor that supplied the ProMod and Strategist modeling software tools to electric utility companies. Strategist is a optimization model that has been discussed throughout this hearing. In 1996, I formed my own consulting firm, and later I joined Kennedy Associates and merged my business and became a principal of that firm. I've testified as an expert witness in over 100 proceedings in the U.S. and at FERC. Additional details may be found in my exhibit PH1.
Thank you, Mr. Hayett. When were you retained by ORS and for what purpose?
Kennedy Associates was retained by ORS in April 2020 to perform a comprehensive review of Dominion Energy's South Carolina's 2020 IRP that was filed in late February this year, and to determine whether DESC complied with the requirements of the South Carolina Section 583740 as amended by Act 62 that was signed into legislation in May 2019.
And please state the purpose of your direct testimony.
I work closely with the ORS team, including Mr. Sandonato and others, and with my colleagues, Mr. Stephen Barron and Lane Collins, who are also appearing as witnesses in this proceeding. Our firm assisted the ORS in preparing a report entitled Review of Dominion Energy South Carolina, Inc. 2020 Integrated Resource Plan, which includes the results of our investigation. A copy of the report is attached to Mr. Sandonato's direct testimony.
Mr. Hayett, please detail the aspects of your evaluation of the company's IRP and direct testimony.
I had the primary responsibility for investigating the background to the IRP statute, and I reviewed the company's evaluation of DSM, natural gas price forecast, CO2 assumptions, existing resources, generic resources, transmission and distribution plans, and other issues or considerations. I also had primary responsibility for reviewing the company's production cost modeling results and development of its resource plans.
And based on the evaluation, what were your recommendations?
Based on the information we had reviewed at the time we filed our direct testimony, our overall conclusion was that we could not verify that any of the company's proposed resource plans could be identified as having met the statutory requirement of being most reasonable and prudent means of meeting the electrical utilities, energy, and capacity needs at this time. We based this on the fact that we had found a significant number of errors that were reflected in all of the company's resource plans. Based on this conclusion, we made 27 recommendations, and actually there were 39 recommendations if you counted all of the sub-items, which we separated.
And we separated those into ones that should be addressed right away in this proceeding and ones that could be addressed in future IRPs. We believe that was a reasonable approach as the company has already committed to adding almost 1,000 megawatts of solar capacity between now and 2022, and because additional detailed evaluations are necessary before any other major resource acquisitions will be needed.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Does this conclude your direct testimony summary?
Yes.
Please state the purpose of your surrebuttal testimony.
The purpose of my surrebuttal testimony was to discuss our review of the company's IRP supplement, which the company developed in response to intervener direct testimony and filed with its rebuttal testimony.
Based on your evaluation, did the company address all items recommended by the ORS report?
Yes, the company addressed all of the 39 items that we identified in one way or another. Of the 19 items we recommended that should be addressed immediately, the company considered and addressed all but one in its updated IRP analysis, which Mr. Kahn addressed in his surrebuttal testimony. With regard to the 20 items that we recommended should be addressed either by the next IRP or no later than by the next comprehensive IRP filing, the company indicated that it is willing to consider all or nearly all of those items in consultation with the ORS and other parties as it prepares future IRPs or IRP updates. The OCS appreciates the company's willingness to consult with the parties and regards this as an important commitment on its part that should be followed through on.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Recognizing that there were 20 recommendations for improvements that should be made in future IRPs, are there any that you would want to highlight?
Yes, I'd like to comment on 3 of the recommendations in particular and discuss the company's position on those items. The first is recommendation 26, in which the ORS proposed a stakeholder engagement process be included as part of future IRPs. The company indicated it was fully supportive of such a process, though it did note a few caveats which the ORS found reasonable, as discussed in my surrebuttal testimony. One item in particular is that the company does not believe the stakeholder process could get underway before the summer 2021, which is after the next IRP is filed. Given that the next IRP filing will occur in February 2021, just a few months after an order in this proceeding is issued. The ORS found this to be reasonable, and I suggested in my surrebuttal testimony that the stakeholder process parameters could be worked out in the 2021 IRP. The ORS believes the stakeholder process is an important component that should be added to the IRP process and will allow stakeholders an opportunity to work with the company to resolve many of the issues that have been identified to be addressed in future IRPs. The second is recommendation 27, which would require the company to create a 3-year action plan. The company objects to this because it believes an action plan would be incompatible with the nature of an IRP, would distort the purpose of the IRP as a planning document, and would be contrary to regulatory structure in South Carolina. The ORS disagrees and does not believe an action plan would be incompatible with the nature of an IRP, particularly because most IRPs include such action plans. An action plan would provide stakeholders some guidance as to the company's plans to carry out activities discussed in the IRP, including a general time frame when those activities will be performed. DES IRP is one of the only IRPs I am aware of that does not include an action plan. Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress both recently filed their IRPs in South Carolina, and they both included action plans in their respective IRP reports. The third item is recommendation 25, in which the ORS asserts that the company should supply additional information about distribution resource plans and integrated system operation plans in future IRPs. The ORS agrees with the company that the statute only states that electric utilities may include this information in the IRPs. However, the ORS believes this will be valuable information that should be included. The ORS notes that ultimately the company did include some discussions of issues related to distribution resource plans in its IRP, but the information supplied was not overly detailed. Ultimately, the company did supply additional details in response to discovery, and the ORS simply suggests that the company should plan to provide more detail regarding its distribution resource plans in future IRPs.
Thank you, Mr. Hayett. Based on your review, do you believe that the company has met the requirements set forth in South Carolina Code Section 58-37-40B1?
Yes, I do. And Mr. Collin also discusses this further in his summary.
And does this conclude your rebuttal testimony summary?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Mr. Hayett. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hayett is available for questions from opposing counsel and the commissioners.
Thank you, sir. Cross-examination from Sierra Club.
This is Dorothy Jaffe for the Sierra Club. We have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Cross-examination from Johnson Development Associates.
Mr. Chairman, Johnson Development doesn't have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Questions, cross-examination questions from South Carolina Solar Business Alliance.
Mr. Chairman, the Solar Business Alliance does not have any questions.
Thank you, Attorney Snowden. Cross-examination from South Carolina Coastal Conservation League and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy.
Southern Alliance for Clean Energy and the Coastal Conservation League have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. And cross-examination from Dominion Energy, South Carolina.
Mr. Chairman, the company doesn't have any questions of this witness.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner questions for this witness.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Thomas, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. I just have maybe two questions. The first one relates to the action plan. That was the item number 27 in the rebuttal testimony, I believe. And there's been a lot of discussion about that, and I'm just wondering, is there really any good reason that that should not be incorporated into the current plan?
Absolutely not. And I've never come across a situation where a utility was unwilling to provide an action plan. I think it's a minor effort on the part of the company. I don't see that the arguments that the company made have any validity about not being part of the regulatory structure in South Carolina. Obviously, other utilities in South Carolina provide it in their IRPs. They wouldn't do it if they thought it violated any sort of requirement in South Carolina. So I think it ought to be included.
Thank you. And also just one more question. So we've heard a lot of back and forth here over the last few days, many items discussed and some of them multiple times. But seems that ORS is pretty comfortable with where the other things are at this point in time. But I guess what I would ask is that based on what's been discussed over this week, has anything else come to your attention that maybe we should be thinking a little bit more carefully about?
Well, I did pay close attention to the testimony that's been filed, as well as the testimony given orally in the last couple of days. And as to whether or not the ORS is comfortable with what the company filed, I think that's going a little too far as a characterization. I think I'd rather characterize it by saying that the company's filing had significant flaws. We noted in total the 20 recommendations for the future and 19 recommendations immediate. There were significant problems. I think our approach is a little different than what other parties may have taken. For example, we do note that the gas price forecasts were low. We had the same observation. we had similar observations on CO2 issues. But what we also recognize is the end result is, I think of many of the parties, is to have an expansion plan ultimately that has more clean renewable resources, ultimately the retirement of coal. And we recognize that those are all important things that have to be evaluated. But our proposal is that the company has to do these things. It has to get a resource optimization model going that takes a little bit of time. The company needs to improve its forecasting methodologies, including its load forecasting, gas price forecasting, CO2 recommendations. All of these things we viewed as taking some time. And we would like to see the company do these things sooner rather than later, but we recognize because of the time element, if they can get them done in the upcoming updates, which they plan to file in February of next year, that would be great. If they could get it done by the next IRP update, that'd be terrific. And our recommendation was no later than the comprehensive filing that they have to do in 2023. So, but again, I think clearly we've preferred them to do it sooner rather than later.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that input. That's all I have.
Okay, any more commissioner questions for this witness?
Mr.
Chairman
Chairman.
Williams.
Commissioner Williams, then Commissioner Irvin.
Mr. Hayat, could you talk a little bit more about your background with IRPs and the number of IRPs that you've reviewed and been an expert witness on?
Yes. My career started out at Energy Management Associates. As I mentioned, we were the developer of we called it ProStream back in the day when it came out originally. It is now known as Strategist. I was a client service representative, and I probably trained 40, 50 utilities across the country in the use of Strategist. I would say that most of them used it for IRP purposes, and I had roles of doing consulting work, training work for those utility clients. After I left there and went on my own, I worked first overseas for a number of utilities, including a few international, national-owned utilities, believe it or not, in Vietnam, where we investigated long-term resource plans in the same form of an IRP. And I did that for about 5 international countries, Malaysia, Singapore, Australia. Incidentally, that's where the Plexos model first came from. I had started to hear about it back in the early to mid '90s from Australia, and then I came to I did my work mainly back in the U.S. starting around 2000, or somewhat earlier than that, where I developed consulting work for clients such as state energy offices. I worked in Utah. All of this work was typically geared towards either certification of resources or IRP-related work. So I worked on a number of IRPs with PacifiCorp. And then recent time, I'll just jump forward, I am now a principal and partner with Kennedy Associates. And I've worked on Georgia Power IRPs going back for probably 5 IRP proceedings. Louisiana, I was responsible for writing a big part of writing the rule, the IRP rule in Louisiana. And I'm doing IRP work in other states around the country as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony and your work in this case. It sounds like you've made some progress in getting Dominion's IRP upgraded and improved, and we appreciate your efforts. Let me ask you, given all the deficiencies that you've outlined in your testimony, how can you turn around and say that the Dominion IRP as filed meets the statutory requirements?
I've gone through point by point, and Mr. Collin also is prepared to speak about meeting being in compliance with the statute. And there is a lot of interpretation that it goes into, just like anything, any kind of regulation. There's a lot of interpretation that goes into a review of did they or didn't they meet a certain requirement. As I go through point by point, they did provide information. Some parties believe that the information was unsatisfactory, the gas price forecast too high, not enough CO2 forecast, pricing of solar is too high. And I agree with those items. And I think that that has to be improved. But I think that the best way to do it is to get a stakeholder process going. And I think upon reflection, I think that the stakeholder process should get going even sooner than we may have suggested earlier. So in answer to a former question of have you reconsidered any of your positions, yes, I think the stakeholder process probably should begin immediately.
Thank you.
I just don't see.
And I think that's an excellent recommendation. I agree with you that the stakeholder process is, as you said earlier, is one of the most important things that we can do to improve the process going forward. You agree?
Yes, I absolutely do, because I don't think that the company. I believe that the company could be asked to run additional cases, and I think there could be some value in it, but I don't think that the company is necessary. At the end of that process, a month from now or 2 months from now, the company will have run those cases, but I don't think it's going to agree necessarily. But I think that through a stakeholder process, that puts a spotlight in a way that you work collaboratively, you really work your way through an understanding of issues. Some of the comments about things like, well, the cost is $38, that may be true, but as has been mentioned throughout this process, those prices are changing rapidly. To get a price like that, first of all, you do have to take advantage of the ITC that is going away. It's declining. Well, it's not going away, but it's declining. And in order to get so there's been the suggestion that we should have an RFP, which I'm in favor of, actually. But the notion that an RFP is going to take place and be finished by the third quarter of next year, to me, is not conceivable.
Excuse me for interrupting you, but you heard the testimony earlier that we don't necessarily have to have an IRP. We can actually rely on information from other jurisdictions. Wouldn't that be a shortcut? Yes,
that certainly is helpful. But again, the problem with that information is it may, for example, reflect the ITC as it existed, and that's declining. So it's important, of course.
Since it is declining, isn't that all the more reason that we have a sense of urgency to take advantage of the investment tax credits while they're still available? Wouldn't that save ratepayer monies?
If it can be done, if it certainly can be done, if there's a way that it can be done by the third quarter of next year, then yes. I think it's reasonable to suggest. I'm not sure it can through processes, though, but if it can, I agree.
And given the stakes and the amount of money that could be saved by the ratepayers, isn't it worth a try? If we wait until 2023, we've lost that opportunity entirely, right? You agree?
Yes. it's true that there's advantage to get low cost, if it's a very high priority to take advantage of the low cost, zero CO2 resource right away, then I agree with you. If that's one of the extreme objectives, then yes. But I still believe you do have to thoroughly examine the costs, and you have to know that you really can get that $38 megawatt hour power. And doing the RFP should show you that if it's going to be available. So yes, I think if you can achieve by getting it done by the third quarter, I think it's a reasonable thing to consider doing. But it's challenging, and I can explain my thoughts on that if you would like.
Well, I appreciate your admission that you know it is a tight time frame. There's no question, but given the stakes at hand, it seems worthy of a try. And we really got nothing to lose except millions of dollars in ratepayer savings. So I think that we owe it to the state and the ratepayers to at least try. I appreciate your testimony today, and thank you for appearing. No further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Irvin. Commissioner Caston.
Mr. Hayat, am I understanding, or did I hear that there are, I guess, many of the items that have been discussed by some of the other groups that you concur with, that need to be looked at, reevaluated, or low, but you think the number one thing that should be done ASAP is a stakeholder-driven process?
Well, I think yes, sir. I think that the stakeholder-driven process is where you could try to start tackling the issues that are still debated by the company and the other parties. And also, it's where you can also get moving on taking care of the things that the company said it would look at and consult with. There's been a lot of discussion by interveners and the ORS as well on things like load forecasts, things like the reserve margin policy. Those things are significant issues as people raise, and they're going to take discussion because there's a lot of technical details associated with them. So I think the stakeholder process is a very important thing to move to ensure that the company for the long term improves its IRP process.
So, again, are you saying that rather than take these individual things and look at them separately, use a stakeholder process and look at all of them concurrently?
Well, I like, for example, let's talk about the retirement analysis. There was consideration of doing the retirement analysis as a separate docket, and that could be done that way. It could also be done as part of the effort that the company is forced to move towards doing right away, doing the retirement analysis as part of the IRP, but people get to participate in it by having the stakeholder process. My concern is the involvement of parties in making sure that assumptions are reasonable up front, so that there's some sort of an agreement, so you don't come out at the end and have an IRP and the company provide, well, we agreed to run some cases for this parties, but we don't agree with any of these results. We just simply think that they're meaningless. Our results are the only ones that matter. I think a stakeholder process allows you to have a meeting in the mind. The company may not agree with anything, but they're going to have a harder time to do what they did in this, as they did in this IRP.
Thank you.
Any other questions for this witness from the commissioners? Hearing none, any redirect?
No redirect, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Sir, please step down from the witness stand, subject to recall for more questions. ORS, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. ORS calls Stephen Barron as its next witness.
I'm on. Can you see me
Yes.
and hear me?
Mr. Barron, if you would raise your right hand, please. You solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barron. Could you please give your full name and occupation for the commission?
Yes, Stephen J. Barron, and I'm president of J. Kennedy and Associates, Inc., economic consultant.
Thank you. Are you the same Stephen Barron who pre-filed 6 pages of direct testimony in Docket 2019-226E on July 10th of this year?
Yes.
Do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No.
And if I asked you the same questions today as those posed in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, ORS asked the pre-filed direct testimony, Mr. Barron, do you read into the record as if given orally from the stand?
Pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Barron will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barron, did you also file as an attachment to your direct testimony one 22-page exhibit marked Exhibit SB1?
Yes.
And do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to that exhibit?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, ORS asked that Exhibit SB1 be marked for identification and entered into the record as the next hearing exhibit.
ORS Exhibit SB1 will be entered into the record as hearing exhibit number 22, excuse me, 22.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barron, did you also prepare 11 pages of rebuttal testimony in this docket, which was filed with the Commission on October 2nd?
I did, yes.
Do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, ORS asked that the pre-filed rebuttal testimony, Mr. Barron, be read into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Barron's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. Mr. Barron, did you also prepare cause to be filed with your rebuttal testimony a 2-page exhibit marked as rebuttal exhibit SB1?
Yes.
Do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to that rebuttal exhibit?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, ORS asks that rebuttal exhibit SB1 be entered in the record of this case as the next hearing exhibit.
ORS rebuttal exhibit SB1 will be entered into the record as hearing exhibit number 23.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Mr. Barron, have you ever testified before the South Carolina Public Service Commission?
I have not testified previously before this commission.
Okay. And since this is your first time appearing here, can you please give the commission a synopsis of your educational background and work experience in the area of utility regulation?
Yes. I have an undergraduate degree in political science and mathematics and a master's degree in economics, both from the University of Florida. I have over 40 years of experience working in various aspects of electric utility regulation. My areas of specialization are in electric utility cost and rate analysis, load and energy forecasting, resource planning, economic analysis, and regulatory policy. I began my career on the staff of the Florida Public Service Commission. I then was employed by BASCO Services for 7 years, ultimately being a vice president in the Energy Management Organization, where I specialized in load and energy forecasting, cost of service and rate design, and resource planning. Ebasco was an engineering consulting firm. I then worked at Coopers and Lybrand, the predecessor of PricewaterhouseCoopers, where I was a manager in the utility consulting organization. In 1984, I formed J. Kennedy and Associates together with two other principals. Our firm is now in its 36th year of providing economic consulting and regulatory expert testimony to regulatory commissions and commission staffs, attorneys general, consumer counsel, and utility customers or their representatives. I've testified in roughly 400 electric, gas, and telephone proceedings before state regulatory commissions in 28 states and in many regulatory proceedings before the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. I've also testified as an expert witness in federal and state courts.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Could you please state the purpose of your direct testimony in this case?
The purpose of my direct testimony is to describe my role in Kennedy and Associates' review of Dominion Energy South Carolina's 2020 Integrated Resource Plan, including the assessment of the company's compliance with the statutory requirements of South Carolina Code Section 583740 and Act 62. I had primary responsibility in the Kennedy and Associates study for developing sections of our firm's analysis in the areas of load and energy forecasting and the company's reserve margin policy.
And can you please detail the aspects of your evaluation of the company's IRP in your direct testimony?
Yes. I evaluated the company's energy forecasting models used to project sales for each of its major rate classes, residential, commercial, and industrial, as well as the overall energy requirements forecast used in the IRP planning analyses. I also evaluated the company's summer and winter peak load forecasts, which drives the need for generating capacity on the system. DESC develops its peak load forecast using individual rate class peak forecasts for residential, commercial, and industrial classes and forecasts for the municipal and lighting classes. The residential and commercial classes comprise roughly 80% of the company's summer and winter peaks. The second area of the company's IRP that I evaluated concerned its planning reserve margin assumptions, the reserve margin policy of the company. DESC uses a unique methodology that produces two planning reserve margins, a base and peaking component for both the summer and winter peaks. The primary reserve margin assumption driving resource needs are the summer and winter peaking reserve margins, which are developed using a combination of three components tied to supply side risk, demand side risk, and a component associated with the VACAR reserve sharing agreement. I evaluate each of these reserve margin components in my overall evaluation of the company's reserve margin policy.
And based on the evaluation, what were your recommendations?
First, though I had some concerns about various aspects of the company's load and energy forecast, I concluded that the forecast was reasonable and satisfied the requirements of Section 40 and Act 62. However, the ORS did have a number of concerns with the company's load and energy forecast that was discussed in the ORS report. In this regard, I discussed various alternative methodologies that could be considered by the company in future IRP analyses. I also found that the 14% summer peak and 21% winter peak reserve margins used by the company in its IRP analyses were reasonable for the purposes of this 2020 IRP. The ORS report did, however, identify concerns with the company's reserve margin methodology and made recommendations that should be addressed in the next IRP. These include consideration of an alternative optimal reserve margin methodology, consideration of employing a loss of load expectation methodology, and providing an adequate method explanation for the inclusion of the VACAR component in the reserve margin calculation.
And does this conclude the summary of your direct testimony?
Yes.
Okay, can you please state the purpose of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes. I responded to the rebuttal testimony of company witnesses Eric Bell and Dr. Joseph Lynch regarding the issues that the ORS addressed in the analysis of the company's load and energy forecasting and reserve margin policy.
Can you please state your evaluation of the company's IRP supplement and rebuttal testimony?
Yes, since the company's IRP supplement did not revise either the load and energy forecast or the company's reserve margin policy, my testimony focused on specific responses that Dr. Lynch and Mr. Bell made to the recommendations in the ORS report for future IRPs.
And based on your evaluation, did the company address all items recommended by the ORS report?
Yes, I believe that they did. ORS made 3 specific recommendations on load and energy forecasting issues and 2 specific recommendations related to reserve margin issues. Mr. Bell appears to have accepted these recommendations on behalf of the company. The company agreed to provide a more thorough explanation for the inclusion of its treatment of VACAR reserve margin obligations in the company's planning reserve margin in its future IRPs. Mr. Bell also stated that if the company continues to use reserve margins for each season, for a dual reserve margin component, base and peaking, an additional explanation will be provided for this approach. The company committed to discussing the use of an optimal economic reserve margin methodology and a loss of load expectation methodology with ORS and other parties. Dr. Lynch responded to ORS recommendations and a number of the concerns that we identified in the forecasting area. The most significant issue that the ORS identified with respect to the company's forecast approach concerned the assumption that the company made of assuming a constant peak per kW residential and commercial use per customer over the full 15 years of the IRP forecast. Dr. Lynch stated that the company would consider incorporating behavioral factors in its residential and commercial peak load forecasts in the future. Dr. Lynch also responded to the reserve margin recommendations in the ORS report. While he continued to support the use of a dual reserve margin, that's the base and peaking methodology that the company uses, he did indicate that if the company incorporates an optimal expansion plan modeling approach, this may not be an issue, which we would agree with.
And are there any errors that the company needs to correct as part of this IRP proceeding?
No, not with respect to the issues that I addressed with regard to load energy forecasting and reserve margin issues.
Do you have any recommendations which you believe the company should address as part of its future IRP proceedings?
Yes, these recommendations were discussed in the ORS report. Based on the company's rebuttal testimony, the company will accept and or consider most of these recommendations in the future, either in the IRPs or in a stakeholder process.
Based on your review, do you believe the company has met the requirements set forth in South Carolina Code Annotated Section 58-37-40 sub B1?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Does this conclude your rebuttal testimony summary?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Barron is available for questions from council or the commission.
Any cross-examination from the interveners? Hearing none, any cross-examination from the applicant? Hearing none, commissioner questions? Oh, I'm sorry, was someone speaking?
Mr. Chairman, this is Chad Burgess. I just wanted to make sure it's clear on the record that we did not have any questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No cross-examination from the applicant? No cross-examination from the interveners. Commissioner questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate the work you've done in this case. I'm curious, have you or your firm been employed or retained by any investor-owned utilities to testify before other commissions or to give advice concerning their IRP plans?
No, not with regard to being investor-owned utilities. We do not work, to the best of my recollection, in our 36 years. The only time we ever worked for a utility was a municipal utility and a cooperative or maybe two cooperatives in Florida related to some issues in those utilities dealing with investor-owned utilities. But with regard to working for investor-owned utilities, our firm does not do that.
Thank you. Have you ever seen a integrated resource plan that has no action plan?
I have not. I don't recall it. Mr. Hayat has been involved in more IRP proceedings, but based on my experience, that is a typical component of an integrated resource plan, because it basically tells the regulatory commission, the staff, and the parties that are involved in the proceeding the steps that the company intends to take over a certain period of time in the future, and it allows those parties and the commission to have a checklist to ascertain as time goes on whether the company is actually meeting the commitments that it makes in the IRP.
So the purpose would be to set certain goals and then benchmarks for achieving those goals over time, right?
That's correct, yes. And it allows everyone transparently to determine if progress is being made.
Don't you think that the lack of an action plan in this IRP that's been filed by Dominion is a fatal flaw, which simply means that it fails to measure up to the requirements of Act 62?
I don't think I could comment on that per se, whether it's a fatal flaw. I know that the ORS has recommended, and Mr. Hayat has addressed that in his testimony and analysis in this proceeding, that we strongly recommend that there be an action plan. Whether it constitutes a fatal flaw, I'm really not in a position to state. To the best of my knowledge, we have not concluded that that is a fatal flaw, but I really would not be the best witness to address that issue.
Well, let me ask it this way. You are concerned by the lack of an action plan. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Yes, I think that would be, that was Mr. Hayat's analysis and conclusion and his testimony that and the ORS position is that the company should incorporate an action plan.
And the longer we wait for one, the more time we've lost in terms of knowing where we're headed. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair to say, that to the extent that there are steps that will be taken in an action plan, the sooner those are identified, the better off all parties, including the company, would be in terms of transparency and how that is evolving.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Irvin. Any other questions for this witness by the commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Belzer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barron.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your testimony today. I just want to be clear. I understood you in your summary to say that you believe that the IRP as filed and subsequently amended by Dominion it's your opinion that it complies and meets the requirements of Act 62. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that is correct with respect to the issues that I addressed, which are loaded energy forecasting and the planning reserve margin or reserve margin policy.
Okay,
that was the focus of my analysis.
Just to those sections, not overall. Is that correct?
That, and with respect to my involvement and assessment, that's what that was, when I made that statement, that's what I was referring to. I do believe that Mr. Hayed and Mr. Collin and the ORS have concluded that it meets those requirements overall, but the areas that I focused on were load and energy forecast and reserve margin criteria.
And you had indicated a number of improvements in your direct, and then is it your opinion on those areas that you addressed that Dominion sufficiently updated those areas to your satisfaction?
Yes. Let me try to explain that. The recommendations that I made, my conclusion was that with respect to forecasting, the company's forecast and its reserve margin, that it met the IRP analysis as filed, met the requirements of the statutes that we discussed. The recommendations that I made were for improvements that should be considered and potentially incorporated in future IRPs, both to the load forecast and the development of a reserve margin. And so in the IRP supplement, neither the forecast or the reserve margin policy was changed, and so there really wasn't an issue there. The real issue that I raised, the issues that I raised concerned modifications and improvements in future IRPs, and the company in its rebuttal testimony, as I indicated in my summary, responded in a favorable manner to considering those changes. It's not that they agreed with each and every one outright, but they did indicate that they would consider it, and in both the stakeholder process and or in a future IRP, they would attempt to incorporate some of those recommendations. And I felt that it was adequate given that the ORS recommendations were for the company to consider these alternatives.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the clarification.
Mr. Chair.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Belzer. Commissioner Caston.
What I think I'm hearing, or what I'm sensing, is perhaps maybe a little confusion, frustration, whatever. And on the one hand, we're kind of repeatedly hearing that there are these flaws, shortcomings that seem to be fairly consistent. And there's also this small window of opportunity relative to tax credits. So on the one hand, you have Mr. Barron, Mr. Hayat, saying that, you know, we see these flaws and we agree with some of these things that the others are saying, but we think it meets the requirement of the Act 62. And maybe those two things did. I don't know. But I'm kind of struggling to say, okay, if you put all this together and put it in one box, does it still meet the requirement? Because I'm hearing contradictory things from others. So that's probably more a rhetorical question that needs to be answered, but I kind of have that frustration myself right now. Thank you.
I can provide some commentary on that if you'd like. Certainly with respect to the areas that I focused on, let's take the load and energy forecast. With respect to the energy forecast and the load forecast, the company is projecting energy sales growth at about 0.5% per year, and peak load growth in the winter at about 0.7% a year. Those are not unreasonable trends for the future. Certainly it could be lower than that. There's no question about it. But it's given my experience and knowledge of what other utilities are projecting, those results for the forecast are not unreasonable. In the area of energy forecasting, I reviewed their methodology, the modeling approaches that they used, and I found that the company's methods were not unreasonable in terms of its modeling approaches, but that there would be certainly opportunities for improvement by considering more appliance information, appliance saturation data, other types of information that other utilities are considering. Whether this would have any material effect on the future load growth, we can't know for now. It may increase the projection. With respect to the peak load forecast, my biggest concern was the assumption that in the company's methodology, which uses a peak KW per customer contribution for residential and commercial customers, which I have no problem with. The company assumed a constant value for the KW per customer and basically use the growth in number of customers to grow those components of the peak forecast, which is, as I indicated in my summary, is about 80% residential and commercial. And so my recommendation was to consider some more sophisticated assumptions, or at least test those assumptions with alternative modeling approaches. With respect to the reserve margin methodology, I identified some concerns that I had and really just suggested in the recommendations that the company consider some alternative methods with a methodology that a number of utilities now are using, Southern Company, Duke, using an optimal reserve margin, economic reserve margin method that the company could explore that. And secondly, to rely to some extent on the loss of load expectation methodology, but that my experience is that the company's peak reserve margin that they're using in this IRP of 21% is not out of line with what I'm seeing other utilities use. For example, Southern Company has a 26% winter reserve margin, given consideration of more volatility in winter peak loads. So in answer to your question, we have criticized some of the components of the company's method, but the criticism did not change our view that the company, at least with respect to load and energy forecasting and reserve margin issues, that the company met the requirements of the statute. And with respect to the overall IRP, which I realize is what you were referring to, I think Mr. Hayat and Mr. Collin have addressed those issues and really examined those issues more substantially than I have. But I think the conclusion was that there definitely is need for improvement in future IRPs, but the existing approach satisfied the requirements, at least with respect to our understanding of the statute.
Again, I I understand what you're saying, relative to what you reviewed, and sounds, reasonable. I mean, I'm not debating the merits of what you reviewed, but I guess, Mr. Hayat, Mr. Sandonato, if one of the criteria is, is it cost effective, and it's not verbalized that way, but, has everything been reviewed well enough to determine the least cost method, or is this better? And if that tax credit is part of that, and I'm not saying it is, I don't know, but I'm saying there's those things hanging out there, but then I'm hearing Mr. Hayat, Mr. Sandonato, and others say, we found these things and they really need to be done, but otherwise, we found it meeting the statute. I'm really struggling with that, but I guess perhaps in time and further discussion, we'll figure it out. Thank you.
All right, any more questions for this witness? Sir, I have a couple of questions for you.
Yes.
Going back to the line of questioning that Commissioner Caston had for you, as you were answering some of his questions, I heard you say that you found that some of the companies' means and methods were not unreasonable.
Yes, that was
Did you
just
say
an
that?
expression I use. Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is what I said, and it was just a standard type of came to mind. I wasn't commenting on any statutory interpretations at that point.
Understood, but you obviously know where I'm going with this question. You didn't think the means and methods were unreasonable used by the company, but my question is, in your opinion, were they the most reasonable based on the means and methods available to produce the whole of the IRP?
My conclusion is that the methodologies in this 2020 IRP for the load forecast were appropriate and reasonable. I think the commission is the party who would have to interpret make the legal interpretation of the statutory requirement of most reasonable. I don't really feel like I'm in a position to give an opinion on that. What I can say without any hesitation is that for the purposes of this 2020 IRP, that the load and energy forecasts were reasonable and satisfied, consistent with my experience and understanding of methodologies that the electric utility industry employs in developing forecasts and so forth.
I understand, sir. Remind me of how much experience you have in this field again.
I have over 40 years experience in performing analyses like this. My master's thesis when I went to graduate school in economics was developing an econometric model, load forecasting model for the state of Florida. So
Okay.
I've been doing it a long time.
And how many IRPs have you reviewed?
I have been involved in terms of formal IRPs. I think probably 3 different IRPs, but related to. But I was involved in and have been involved in resource planning analyses, which are and forecasts for. I've probably been in 41 cases. I think I added it up this morning while one of the commissioners was asking a witness about that experience, and I think I added up 41 cases over my career involving the issues that I've addressed in this case: resource planning, reserve margin, and load forecasting issues.
Okay, sir. So based on your 41 years of experience, your 41 plus cases of resource planning and forecasting, based on your review of this IRP, did the company use the best means and methods available to produce this IRP?
Well,
Because, and let me tell you why I'm asking you this question.
Yes.
I think it's an easy analysis to determine whether or not it was reasonable versus unreasonable. It's a little bit harder, and I understand I'm asking you to go a little bit further to, and especially on the record, to determine, based on your experience, your knowledge, and your reading of this IRP, did they use the most reasonable and most prudent means and methods? Because that's what we have to determine, and we use your testimony and the evidence presented by the interveners and the applicant to come to that conclusion.
As I said, I think in terms of putting the company's methods for reserve margin and load forecasting, the two issues that I feel that I can comment on, because that's what I focused on, my feeling and opinion is that the company's approach was reasonable in this case. That doesn't mean it was perfect, and that's why we identified issues and recommendations for in both the forecasting area and the reserve margin area where we believe the company can improve upon them. Whether that would produce a different result for either of those, whether the forecast would be different or the reserve margin would be different, and whether that would affect the IRP itself, that I can't answer. But you know, my standard, based on my 40 years of experience in doing these types of analyses, is that what the company did was a reasonable methodology that is consistent with industry standards. Whether with respect to the most reasonable, that really I just feel uncomfortable with it, because it's really a statutory interpretation. But I can tell you, you know, for example, I might have done things differently on the load forecast side. Does that mean that what the company did was not the most reasonable? I can't tell you that, because that's really a statutory interpretation that it's my understanding that the commission has to decide based on the evidence of experts and the various parties.
All right, thank you for your answer, sir. Any other questions for this witness? Any redirect?
No redirect, Mr. Chairman.
All right, sir, you can step down from the witness stand. It is 5:48. We said we were going to finish at 6 o'clock today, but we have one more witness. Do any of the parties have any pressing matters that would require us to stick to that 6 o'clock deadline for today?
SBA does not.
All right, SBA does not. Anyone has any reason for us not to continue and push forward? All right, hearing none. ORS, please call your next and final witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. ORS would call Lane Collin as its next and last witness.
Mr. Collin, hello. If you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Collin, could you please state your name, business address, and occupation for the commission?
Yes, my name is Lane Collin. I am a vice president and principal at J. Kennedy and Associates Incorporated, and my business address is 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia 30075.
And are you the same Lane Collin who pre-filed 7 pages of direct testimony with this commission in docket 2019-226-E on July 10th of this year?
Yes.
And do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No.
And if I asked you the same questions today as those posed in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, ORSS, the pre-filed direct testimony, Mr. Collin, be read into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Collin will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Collin, did you file as an attachment to your direct testimony 36-page exhibit marked as LK-1?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to that exhibit? Thank you. Mr. Chairman, ORSS that exhibit LK-1 attached to Mr. Collins' pre-filed direct testimony be marked for identification entered into the record of this case as the next hearing exhibit.
ORS's Exhibit LK1 will be entered into the record as Hearing Exhibit 24.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Collin, did you also prepare 12 pages of surrebuttal testimony in this docket, which was filed with the Commission on October 2nd?
Yes.
Do you have any edits, changes, or corrections to your pre-filed surrebuttal testimony?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, ORSS, the pre-filed surrebuttal testimony, and Mr. Collin be read into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Collins' pre-filed surrebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Collin, can you please describe your educational background and professional experience for the Commission?
Yes. I earned a Bachelor of Business Administration and Accounting degree and a Master of Business Administration degree from the University of Toledo. I also earned a Master of Arts degree in Theology from Luther Rice University. I am a Certified Public Accountant, or CPA, with a practice license, a Certified Management Accountant, or CMA, and a Chartered Global Management Accountant, a CGMA. I've been an active participant in the utility industry for more than 40 years, initially as an employee of the Toledo Edison Company from 1976 to 1983, and thereafter as a consultant in the industry. I have utility industry experience in nearly every facet of a utility's operations, including resource planning, financing, accounting, rate making, and tax planning. I've conducted planning and financial analyses, integrated resource planning reviews, revenue requirement evaluations, prudence and operational reviews and audits, merger and acquisition analyses, alternative and performance-based rate-making assessments, as well as traditional rate-making evaluations. I have filed expert testimony and reports and testified as an expert on planning, rate-making, accounting, finance, and tax issues before state and federal courts and regulatory commissions on hundreds of occasions.
And have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I testified in case number 2017-370-E involving the Dominion Energy Incorporated, or Dominion's acquisition of SCANA Corporation, prudence and rate-making recovery of the canceled VC Summer 2 and 3 nuclear project, and rate-making effects of the Federal Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
And can you please describe the scope of your review of the company's integrated resource plan?
Yes, I worked closely with the ORS team, including Anthony Sandinato and others, and my colleagues, Mr. Barron, Mr. Hayat, and other consultants at Kennedy and Associates. I had primary responsibility for specific sections of the ORS report and the underlying reviews, although Mr. Hayat, Mr. Barron, and other consultants at Kennedy and Associates participated in all sections of the ORS report and the underlying reviews. The sections that I had primary responsibility include the executive summary, compliance with the requirements of Section 40 as amended by Act 62, and resource planning. The resource planning area included an overview of the resource plans, a summary of the resource plans and additions, evaluation of the resource plans, the company's ranking of the resource plans on various revenue requirement metrics, and a critique of the company's resource plan modeling.
Now, what were your primary areas of responsibility in the report, ORS report, and the underlying reviews?
The ones that I just listed, the executive summary, the compliance with the requirements of Section 40, and the resource planning area.
Okay. What were your conclusions with respect to the company's compliance with the requirements of Section 40 as amended by Act 62 and as set forth in the ORS report?
Well, Section 40, as amended by Act 62, requires the utility to provide specific detailed information in its IRP. In most instances, the company provided the required information. However, this should be tempered by the fact that certain of the information was inadequate or erroneous, or there were other concerns that are identified and described in other sections of the report. In addition, Section 40, as amended by Act 62, directs the Commission to consider 7 specific factors in making a determination of whether the company's proposed integrated resource plan represents the most reasonable and prudent means of meeting the electrical utility's energy and capacity needs as of the time the plan is reviewed. In the report, we address each of these 7 factors based on our review of the IRP, including the specific detailed information provided by the company, all of which is described in greater detail in each section of the report. In the ORS report, we stated that we were unable to verify that the company's proposed integrated resource plan represents the most reasonable and prudent means of meeting the electrical utility's energy and capacity needs as of the time the plan is reviewed, due to the fact that the company identified another lower cost resource plan in response to discovery and due to numerous concerns with the critical components of the IRP.
Mr. Nelson, Attorney Nelson, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I forgot to turn my speaker back on, Mr. Chairman.
No
Mr.
problem.
Collins, can you please summarize your conclusions and recommendations with respect to the company's resource planning as set forth in the ORS report?
Yes, we concluded that the company's resource planning process, the resource plans themselves, and the sensitivities reflected in the IRP, the resource plans developed using assumptions provided by the South Carolina Solar Business Association and subsequent Watery 2 analyses were seriously flawed and unreliable. The resource plans considered a broad range of alternative combinations of existing resource retirements and new resource additions, but were not the result of a least cost optimization selection process typically performed using software tools developed for that purpose. In addition, the company failed to adequately address potential retirements of existing resources, include all costs, or adequately quantify all costs for generic resource additions, correctly model the resource plans in ProSim. This is the company's production cost modeling, the production cost model it uses to quantify the fuel and operation and maintenance expenses, or correctly model the resource plans in an Excel workbook template that it used to quantify the capital-related revenue requirements, quantify the total annual revenue requirements, and quantify the levelized annual revenue requirements. These are the standard metrics to assess the cost of different resource plans and the sensitivities. In the report, we recommended that the company be required to modify the IRP as filed to address the problems that we identified and described in the report, correct those errors in the 8 resource plans and the sensitivities presented in the IRP itself, and present the results of the revised RPs and sensitivities, and identify and present a revised resource plan as the least cost resource plan. We recommended that the company correct and present revised versions of the Watery 2 analyses and the resource plans developed using assumptions provided by the Solar Business Association. In addition, we recommended that the company be required to improve its IRP process, including the modeling tools and methodologies used to develop the IRP in future IRPs.
And now, Mr. Coleman, could you describe your review of the company's IRP supplement?
I reviewed the company's compliance with the requirements of Section 40, as amended by Act 62, based on the IRP supplement and the company's revisions to the costs of the new resources reflected in the revised resource plans. Its modeling and evaluation of the revised resource plans and the effects on the ranking of those resource plans.
And did the company adequately address the serious flaws that ORS had identified in its review of the IRP?
Yes, in my opinion it did. And the IRP supplement adequately addresses and corrects the serious flaws that ORS identified in its review of the IRP and described in the ORS report that were necessary to modify the IRP in this proceeding, and has agreed to improve its IRP planning process in future IRPs, including the implementation of new modeling tools and methodologies used to develop the IRPs. In the IRP supplement, the company maintained and did not change the existing and new resources reflected in the 8 resource plans that it analyzed and reflected in the IRP as filed and then subsequently amended through discovery. However, in the IRP supplement, the company made significant changes to the costs of the existing and new resources that are included in the 8 resource plans and the related sensitivities for demand-side management, carbon dioxide or CO2, and natural gas prices. The changes affected both capital costs and operating expenses, corrected errors in the company's modeling, and provided more extensive summaries and comparisons of the results. The revisions in the IRP supplement significantly affect the present value and the levelized annual net present value of each resource plan and the related sensitivities, and in some of the cases modified the ranking of the resource plans in comparison to each other.
What is the least cost resource plan among the revised resource plans reflected in the IRP supplement?
The revised resource plan 2 is the least cost resource plan among the 8 revised resource plans in the IRP supplement. Under the low, medium, and high demand-side management sensitivities, under all of the zero cost for carbon dioxide, which is a proxy for additional unknown and uncertain environmental costs that may be required in the future, and under the low base or high gas sensitivities. It is not the least cost resource plan in any of the $25 per ton carbon dioxide sensitivities. However, there is no pending legislation or EPA rulemaking that imposes CO2 taxes or other significant costs on new natural gas resources beyond the costs already reflected in the 8 RPs, resource plans, and sensitivities with the $0 per ton CO2 assumption. The ranking of the resource plans varies based upon other sensitivities and may change in future IRPs due to changes in actual facts and circumstances, changes in assumptions, new regulations, and or other changes in the market. In other words, this is not a static process, and facts and circumstances will change. We all know that. There will be changes in assumptions regarding the future as we move from what is now the future into history, and looking forward into a new future with the facts and circumstances that exist at that time. And the revised resource plan 2, just to make sure that we have a consistent understanding of what that includes, it assumes that Watery Unit 2, the unit that had some damage earlier this year, is repaired and returned to service. It assumes that there are no early retirements of the Watery units, and that the company incurs the capital expenditures necessary to comply with the Effluent Limitations Guidelines, the ELG requirements, to continue operating those units until their probable retirement dates in the 2040s. And then the revised RP2 assumes no early retirements of the Williams, Urquhart, or McMeekin units. It assumes no new solar resources are added beyond the purchases that are under contract and that will continue to be added through 2021. Finally, it assumes that no other major resources are added until 2035. The company assumes that it will add a new 523 megawatt natural gas-fired internal combustion turbine in 2035, another new 523 megawatt internal combustion turbine in 2044 and additional new internal combustion turbines in subsequent years.
Mr. Collin, is ORS satisfied that the IRP supplement meets the Section 40, subsection B1 and 2 statutory requirements?
Yes. We are satisfied that the IRP supplement meets the statutory requirements. The ORS report designated certain recommendations as necessary for this IRP and other recommendations as necessary for future IRPs. The company has addressed and made nearly all the changes based on the recommendations in the ORS report that are necessary for this IRP. The company also has agreed to make various changes in its modeling, including the implementation of an optimization model, and to work with ORS and other stakeholders to improve other aspects of its IRP process for future IRPs. There remain some areas of disagreement. However, these differences, this would be disagreement between the company and ORS. However, these differences are not material and do not affect the selection of the revised Resource Plan 2 as the least cost resource plan, given the company's planning assumptions as revised in this proceeding.
Now, does the revised RP2 represent, quote, the most reasonable and prudent means of meeting the electrical utilities energy and capacity needs as of the time the plan is reviewed, end quote, which is the standard set forth in Section 40C2?
Yes. Now that the company has incorporated the extensive list of modifications that ORS identified, the revised Resource Plan 2 properly balances the 7 factors identified in Section 40C2, which are discussed in more detail in the ORS report. In particular, for purposes of this IRP, the revised RP2 satisfies the company's resource requirement needs, represents the least cost, most affordable plan based on the current IRP assumptions, a wide range of assumptions from low to high, for example, on natural gas prices, represents the least cost, complies with all known state and federal environmental regulations, and these are the requirements in Section 4 that the Commission consider, the 7 factors. Maintains power supply reliability, addresses commodity price risks, includes a diverse set of generation resources, and attempts to address additional issues that the Commission may consider important and in the public interest, such as offering a flexible plan that the company could easily modify as future conditions change. Furthermore, the least cost plan may change in future IRPs as the company adopts and uses an optimization model, continues to improve its IRP process, and as circumstances, methodologies, and assumptions change. And they will change.
Now, in the ORS report, ORS recommends that the company review its assumptions regarding long-term continuing capital cost de-escalation of renewable energy projects. Did the company revise the escalation of the new renewable resources capital costs?
Yes, the company made a number of corrections to revise the renewable energy costs, including the escalation, or I should say actually the de-escalation of those dollars. And these changes were reflected in the revenue requirement analyses and increased the cost of the new battery resources in several of the resource plans.
Now, also in the ORS report, ORS recommends that the company include capitalization interest, AFUDC, in cost of the new resources used in its revenue requirement modeling. Can you describe the company's response to that?
Yes, the company did include allowance for funds used during construction on all of the new gas-fired new resource, generic resources. And the point of this is that it increases the cost of those gas-fired resources. And however, it did not apply AFUDC, the allowance for funds used during construction, to the new solar and battery resources, and that's still an area of disagreement between ORS and the company. If it had applied AFUDC to the solar and battery resources, these would be the owned resources, not resources subject to a purchase power type of arrangement. It would have increased the cost of those resources compared to what is reflected in the modeling, in the resource plan evaluations right now.
Mr. Collin, are there still flaws with the company's AFUDC calculations?
Yes, there's a couple of calculation flaws. I won't go into excruciating detail. People's eyes tend to glaze over, but first of all, should have applied AFUDC to the solar and battery resources. Second of all, my assessment is that the AFUDC is understated for the reasons that I addressed in my rebuttal testimony, and but we were able to determine that even if these errors were corrected, the results would not change the ranking of the revised resource plan 2 in comparison to the other resource plans. It would still be the least cost plan.
In the ORS report, ORS also recommends that it should include capital expenditures, plan additions for existing resources and new resources after commercial operation, with the sole exception of the Wateree and Williams ELG capital expenditures and plan additions. Has the company included these capital expenditures and plan additions for existing resources and new resources after commercial operation?
Yes, it has. Supplement. This increases the cost really of all of the existing resources and all of the new resources too, because the company's original, as filed IRP, assumed ongoing capital costs for the existing units only for the Wateree and Williams units to comply with the ELG requirements. It didn't include capital additions beyond that for any of the existing resources or any of the new resources once they went into service. And that, in certain cases, could definitely affect the cost of those resources, and potentially, if sufficiently material, could affect the ranking of the resource plan. So in the IRP supplement, the company did include those capital costs and did include the effects of those in the revenue requirement analysis.
In the ORS report, ORS additionally recommends that the company retire and replace each new battery energy storage system after its assumed 10-year operating life. Can you describe the company's response to that?
Yes, the company addressed that issue by increasing fixed O&M expense to reflect what it refers to as cell augmentation. And what happens is that over time, battery energy storage systems degrade, and so the output diminishes over time. And the company estimates that that is approximately 3% per year, and that's consistent generally with what we have found in other IRPs and other assessments of battery resources.
So you consider that position to be reasonable then?
Yes. However, we do also make the recommendation that the company investigate this somewhat more before it actually commits to any future solar resources, because this really goes to the issue of how useful is the resource and for how long, and then what is the cost to maintain this resource so that it doesn't degrade in an inordinate amount over the expected life.
In the ORS report, ORS also recommends that the company properly incorporate the investment tax credit into the cost of new owned solar and BESS resources. Can you describe the company's response to that?
Yes, the company agreed that that was necessary, and by including the investment tax credit, it reduces the cost of the solar and battery resources. There was some discussion today whether or not that was 26%, 22%, or 10%. The best the company can do, unless it takes a new solar or battery resource acquisition or self-build option, is going to be 10%. That's the ongoing investment tax credit on solar and battery resources. So the company now has that reflected in the IRP supplement, and for the resource plans that contain solar and battery resources.
Is that a correct position, or is that a correct place?
The company still has some errors in the way that it modeled the investment tax credit, and in other words, it doesn't correctly give the full amount of the reduction in the cost. But we also looked at that to determine what the effect would be if it was corrected. In other words, we did an analysis where the investment tax credit was corrected in the modeling, and it does not change the fact that the revised Resource Plan 2 is still the least cost as far as the ranking, and that's across the board.
In the ORS report, ORS also recommends that the company include dismantlement costs, site restoration costs, and incremental transmission costs necessary for post-retirement voltage support for existing resources, particularly the resources that are studied for possible early retirement. Can you describe the company's response to that?
Yes, the company does not agree with this recommendation. The company states that the existing depreciation rates include a component for these dismantlement and decommissioning costs for existing resources. They also state that it would require specific site assessments to determine, in the event of a retirement, for example, of the Watery or the Williams units, whether or not there would have to be additional investment in the transmission system for voltage support if those units were retired.
And how do you respond to that position of the company?
Well, those are fair points with respect to depreciation of existing units. It's not a fair point with respect to the depreciation on the new units that are added in the company's IRP and IRP supplement, because the depreciation on the new resources does not include dismantling or decommissioning. But the issue with respect to the additional or the incremental transmission investment in the event that any of the, or whenever any of the existing or new units resources are retired, the company recognizes that that may be an issue. It could be a cost, and I think that probably would be best addressed through the stakeholder process.
Thank you. Mr. Collin, in the ORS report, ORS recommends that the company conduct a detailed retirement study using corrected modeling assumptions and address all potential early retirement candidates. Can you describe the company's response to that position?
Yes, the company agrees that retirement studies should be done, but they don't believe they're necessary at this time, or that they can complete the studies prior to the 2021 IRP. We've all heard the company's testimony to that effect. The company states that it may perform such studies be able to for the 2022 IRP.
And what's your response to that position?
Well, we understand that their detailed retirement studies are a little bit more involved than just simply locking the door and walking away. But the company has a very good foundation in the analyses, for example, that it did with respect to repair or retire the Watery 2 unit. And our recommendation is that the company should make every reasonable effort to complete these studies and include the results in the 2021 IRP.
Thank you, Mr. Collin. Does that conclude your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Collin is available for questions from opposing counsel or from the commission.
Thank you. Questions from the interveners? Questions from the applicant?
No questions from the company, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Questions from the commissioners for this witness?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Irvin, then Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate the work that you've done on this case and the refinements and improvements that ORS has made. So I first want to commend you on that effort. But I do have a question. You said that you wanted the company to include their retirement plan in the 2021 IRP. Were you aware that it's currently scheduled for February of 2021, and the company's witnesses have told us that such a retirement plan may take 10 to 12 months or longer? What do you say about that?
Well, I think that as I stated in the summary of my testimony, the company has a good foundation already for retirement studies with respect to the Water E2 repair or retirement analyses. And these are, in terms of some aspects of retirement studies, pretty straightforward. If the unit isn't available, then it's no longer available to supply the peak load or the energy requirements of the company. The issues that would remain that are not self-evident, for example, is what would be the additional transmission investment or the incremental transmission investment to provide voltage support. These generating units are located in specific areas on the utility system, and they provide voltage support for the load in that area. And if you take that power plant out of service, then you no longer have that voltage support. And so it may very well be that a new transmission line or a new extension of a line may have to be constructed. And again, depending on where the location of that power plant is and what the transmission system requirements are in order to maintain the voltage support and reliability for the loads in that area, that could be a significant investment. So that's something that definitely needs to be analyzed. That takes more work, in terms of the transmission planning analyses. We recognize that there is some work involved in doing the retirement studies, and you don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good. In other words, you don't want to have a situation where we need to get the accuracy or the precision down to the last dollar when a reasonable assessment would be sufficient. And so that's why we continue to recommend that the company should make every reasonable effort to complete those studies by the time it files the annual update next year in February. And absent that, that it continue the process and certainly do it by 2022.
How did, changing the subject for a moment, did you find that the company's modeling efforts were transparent?
I think that I thought that they were sufficiently documented after we obtained all of their analyses. In other words, they sufficiently documented all of their assumptions, and when you're talking about the future, you're primarily dealing with assumptions. You also have historical information. For example, the existing system is known at this time, and they documented that. And then the analyses that they performed, there were hundreds, I think close to 200 Excel workbooks that they provided that were very, you could follow them, very understandable. And they use ProSim, which is a well-known production cost modeling system. It's not an optimization model, but it is what's called a deterministic model in the sense that it dispatches the system against a load profile. You heard some of the testimony on that earlier this week and today, and that's what ProSim does. Now,
Wouldn't
you can't
agree, excuse me for interrupting, wouldn't you agree that an optimization model would have been preferable in terms of where we need to be going?
Yeah, there's no question about it. I think that the approach that the company did was a holdover from what it has done in years past, and it really looked at a very diverse, robust range of resource plans and sensitivities against those plans. And they were all fairly closely clustered in terms of the levelized annual revenue requirement. An optimization model would be more direct, and it would be an improvement. There's no question about that.
Would you recommend that they adopt an optimization model going forward?
Oh, yes, we did recommend that, yes.
What's the time frame for that implementation?
Well, the company, I think, has indicated that it plans to have it in place and hopes to have it in place and hopes to use it for the update filing next year. But I don't think that they've been able to guarantee that.
I heard you talk about the least cost option, but I never heard you talk about the risk factors that are required by the statute. Could you tell us whether you examined risk factors?
We did. And the company did. The company looked at multiple gas price scenarios because that is what the statute refers to as commodity risk. And the company looked at a low gas price, a medium gas price, which it defined as a base gas price, and then a high gas price. And that was, in terms of the operation of the system, if you ignore for the moment the capital costs incurred for new investment on an existing resource and new investment for new resources, but just for the operating costs, they did evaluate the risk of the commodity pricing. So, for example, if you have a high gas price sensitivity, your gas units are not going to operate as much if there's a lower cost alternative. But if there's a low gas price sensitivity, then your gas-fired units are going to operate more in the dispatch order compared to, for example, coal. And so that's why you use a production cost model, in this case ProSem, to evaluate all of the interactions, because those models are used to simulate the company's actual operation and the dispatch of the units on a least cost basis, given the facts and circumstances at the time that they're actually running the system. And so by looking at those different gas price levels and then also looking at the different carbon dioxide price per ton levels at $0 and $25 per ton, which is a fairly significant range, I think that they did look at those risk factors. And then a third area of risk is they know their existing system very well. They know how it operates. We have a lot of history, and the company reflected the history, the operating history, and the performance ability of the existing resources in the ProSem modeling. So we have a relative degree of certainty with respect to the existing resources, simply because it's their system. It's a known set of resources. And then they looked at different compilations or combinations of new resources, and so that also I would consider or characterize as an assessment of risk, not only on a cost basis, but the resources that are available.
I understand. Now, you've done a lot of work with integrated resource planning. Have you ever seen an integrated resource plan that has no action plan?
Well, generally, I would say generally no. It takes different forms. I mean, I've been in this business a long time, and when I worked for an electric utility, we did analyses of different, we called them expansion plans at the time, because 40-some years ago, you were really only looking at meeting a rapidly growing peak load and rapidly growing energy requirements. And you didn't have the focus on demand-side management or renewable resources at the time. But I would say this, that the action plans 40 years ago were essentially what the utility, you presented a series of options for the utility's management, and then they selected that option that they thought was the best based upon costs and risk factors, and then that was the plan that they worked. And it wasn't, decades ago, they didn't really call it an action plan, but they were acting in accordance with that plan. Now, more recently, over the last 20 or so years, and even more recently, I think in every instance, all of the integrated resource plans that I've seen, except for maybe, well, of course, this one, there have been action plans. So,
does it concern you that we don't have an action plan in this IRP?
Yes, it does.
Do you think that would be beneficial to the commission and the stakeholders going forward to have that?
I do. I think that if you find that this revised Resource Plan 2 is the most reasonable and prudent plan, then that can be readily reformatted, I guess, into an action plan. In other words, we're going to repair Watery 2 and return it to service. We're going to do this. We're going to implement the optimization model. We're going to do this, this, and this. In other words, from that you get a level of tasks or a list of tasks or activities and timeframes to do those. And that would be the essence of an action plan.
Does it concern you that in this case the company essentially said we're happy with the status quo for the next 15 years. We don't really feel like we need to do anything. We're good for now. Isn't that kind of where their approach came from?
Yeah, I certainly don't agree with that. And, the company, I recognize that the company said that, but, looking beyond that, they have agreed to implement an optimization model. They will have another filing within a handful of months. They have agreed to participate in the stakeholder process. All of these things are really aspects of an action plan. So, I think that there's maybe more common ground here than what might be apparent. And I think that, if you as the commission were to direct them to work with stakeholders or even develop its own action plan on its own and file that with you and then, have stakeholder involvement in subsequent IRP filings, I think that would be a very good thing.
And wouldn't you agree that the best outcome would be an active, informed, and involved stakeholder process, which would improve the plan before it even came to the commission?
Yes, that's true, and I think that will be the case in the future, at least perhaps starting with the 2022 IRP filing. It's a little late, unfortunately, to do that for the 2021 filing. But that's not to say that there can't be some stakeholders.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes. Mr. Collin, I just had a couple of things to say. First off, my background is at least a little bit similar to yours, and I appreciate all the work that you put into this. And I appreciate you going through the explanation in connection with the investment tax credit and the AFUDC and taking it a further step and making the calculations that indicate that the problems that were identified, if you correct them, they don't change the outcome. I know that's a lot of work, and I appreciate the work. And also, one more just little word of appreciation. I appreciate you not getting into the explanation of the excruciating details of AFUDC this evening. And
you're most welcome on that.
Thank you. And that's really all I had.
Any other commissioner questions for this witness? All right, hearing none, any redirect?
No redirect from ORS, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Does ORS have any other witnesses?
That is ORS's case. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, it appears we have reached the end of this hearing. I've been told that we had a request for closing arguments. Is that right, General Counsel Wessinger Hill?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Do my court reporters need a break before we go into the closings? All right. We're going to take a 10-minute break before closing arguments. We will finish this hearing this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for rejoining us here at the Public Service Commission as we hear matter 2019-226E. We have reached the portion of the hearing for closing arguments. I'm going to ask that the parties limit their closing arguments to no more than 3 minutes. We've already identified the order, so would the first party please proceed with the closing arguments right after we conduct a roll call, starting with District 1, Commissioner Williams.
Commissioner Williams is present in the room and laughing.
Vice Chair Belzer.
I am present in the hearing room, thank you.
Commissioner Caston.
Present in the hearing room.
Commissioner Irvin.
Present virtually.
Commissioner Thomas.
Present in the hearing room.
Commissioner Powers. And Chairman Williams is here present in the hearing room. With the first closing argument, please start at this time.
I believe that's me, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. Yeah, this is the Office of Regulatory Staff. I really don't have a closing, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you for allowing us the opportunity to present the ORS report and our witnesses' testimonies, and just thank you for this opportunity. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Sierra Club.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Dorothy Jaffe on behalf of the Sierra Club. And Dominion wants the Commission to approve its do-nothing plan, or its preferred plan, which is RP2. It wants to do nothing with respect to advancing renewable energy. It wants to do nothing when it comes to retiring coal plants, and it wants to do nothing when it comes to moving forward with its own corporate goal of net zero carbon emissions by 2050. And it packages all of this do-nothing motto under the guise of a least cost plan and best interest of ratepayers and, oh yes, we met the requirements of the statute. But simply checking off the box that you complied with the statute is not the standard. The IRP needs to be the most reasonable and prudent means of meeting the utility's energy and capacity needs. Now, you heard testimony from Mr. Neely yesterday that the modeling output is only as good as its inputs. And the testimony from the interveners and ORS staff all said the same thing. The inputs were fundamentally flawed. And while we can agree that some of those errors were fixed, a lot were not, which can lead to only one conclusion, that the Commission needs to reject the IRP and have Dominion fix the errors. One of those issues concerns the inaccurate capital cost assumptions, and while Dominion fixed the battery storage costs in their supplemental IRP, they did not fix the combustion turbine costs, which Mr. Neely stated was a volumetric discount that they had access to. Now, Mr. Neely had no idea how long that volumetric discount was good for, but it seems highly suspect that that price will be available in 15 years when Dominion builds its proposed next gas plant. More important than the actual numbers that were used is the fact that the planning models are very sensitive to capital costs. As Mr. Stenslick testified and demonstrated on page 16 of his direct testimony, Table 2, if you change only those two capital assumptions and nothing else, you wind up with RP8, the coal retirement scenario, becoming least cost. And this is a prime example of why getting those inputs right is extremely important, especially since the price difference between the 8 resource plans was modest at best, to use Mr. Neely and Mr. Bell's description. If you don't get it right, it leads to an outcome that can skew the results, which leads us to the importance of Dominion doing a comprehensive retirement study. This type of study would assess the costs and benefits associated with near-term and mid-term retirement dates. It would look at available resources, all available resources, as potential replacements, and it would evaluate the units under alternative commodity price forecasts. This type of study is done all the time by utilities, including just this year by Dominion Virginia in its 2020 IRP. But whether this type of analysis is expensive or time-consuming, as Mr. Bell claimed, that's irrelevant. It's vitally important to conduct this type of analysis and do it as soon as possible, especially with the impending deadline to comply with the ELG rule. And as you heard from Mr. Neely, the revenue requirement alone on compliance with that rule is $900 million. That is a major investment that needs to be informed by a retirement analysis, an analysis that needs to happen now, since the retrofits must be installed by the end of 2025. Now, you heard from both Mr. Neely and Mr. Bell that they are not up to speed on the compliance deadlines for ELG, and they also would not commit to when they will conduct the retirement analysis. But like it or not, that deadline is in the next 5 years, unless they want to retire Williams and Wateree by 2028. Then the ratepayers could avoid the almost $1 billion revenue requirement. Now, earlier today, you also heard Dr. Lynch testify that you always want to be above the planning reserve margin, and that sometimes you have to add capacity in bulk. But this is outdated thinking. It is fundamentally at odds with Act 62, and it runs rampant throughout the IRP. It leads to an overbuilt system, or excess capacity, as Mr. Neely referred to it, which is why they will be just fine with Wateree 2 down for the next 1.5 years. This excess capacity is just one reason why you can replace Williams and Wateree before 2028 with clean energy at a lower cost, as Mr. Stenslick stated. Now, Mr. Stenslick's testimony and his modeling also demonstrated that there are other alternatives that were not considered by Dominion because they reviewed them as unworkable or unreliable, but this is simply not true. According to Mr. Stenslick's modeling, you can add capacity that is not in bulk. It's smaller, it's more modular, and it's more flexible, so you don't end up with the excess capacity that the ratepayers are stuck paying for. Dominion needs to explore these options. You also heard from both Mr. Bell and Mr. Neely about Dominion's 2050 net zero emissions goals, and we would ask that this commission consider this commitment as an other foreseeable condition that the commission determines to be for the public interest under Section 58-37-40, subsection C2G, and require Dominion to address this net zero commitment not only in a revised 2020 IRP and a short-term action plan, if one is required, but also in future IRPs. And here's why. Sierra Club was concerned about Mr. Neely's statement yesterday in response to a question from Commissioner Irvin that Dominion could do nothing for 40 years and still meet the 2050 net zero commitment. Even if that were possible, which Sierra Club disagrees with, the consequences of that would be an abrupt closure of coal and gas plants, which will have a catastrophic impact on the communities those coal and gas plants are located in, and the people and Dominion's own ratepayers that work and live in those communities will be seriously impacted. You have to have a plan for how you're going to reach a net zero goal, and you have to have a plan for early retirements, which is why the comprehensive retirement analysis is so vitally important. Dominion needs to go back and address the errors that have been identified by the parties, including correction of the implementation of the battery and solar capital cost escalation rates, removing the combustion turbine volume discount. They need to evaluate its resource portfolios with a lower peak load forecast and analyze new alternative portfolios that retire Williams and Wateree early and replace them with clean, modern, cost-effective technology. The Commission should also require Dominion to conduct a comprehensive retirement analysis, and we would support Commissioner Irvin's request to open a new docket specifically related to the retirement and replacement of coal plants. Lastly, we support the other parties and the Commissioner's request for Dominion to submit a short-term action plan, which we believe should also address how Dominion plans to start moving towards a 2050 net zero emissions goal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. The Sierra Club appreciates the opportunity to be here today and participate in these proceedings.
Thank you, Counselor, for providing such a well-prepared closing argument. Next.
Johnson Development Associates.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. On behalf of my co-counsel, Weston Adams, and Johnson Development Associates, I'm Court Walsh here, appearing for Johnson Development, and we don't have a substantive closing except just to thank you and the members of the Commission for letting us participate. And if you need anything further from us in this matter, please don't hesitate. We stand ready to assist. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Who's next?
South Carolina Solar Business Alliance.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. On behalf of Mr. Witt and myself and the SBA, I want to sincerely thank you all for your time, your patience, and your stamina in this hearing. We also appreciate the close attention that you all have given to the testimony that's been presented over the last 3 days. This stuff is complicated and it can be tedious, but it's also vitally important to ensuring that the goals of Act 62 are achieved. We also appreciate the effort that ORS has put into making recommendations for improving the IRP, and we appreciate Dominion's willingness to make some of those improvements that have been suggested by ORS. But despite the changes that have been made, we believe that there are still problems with the IRP that make the results unreliable, and that may result in passing up opportunities for cost savings by ratepayers. These are problems that can and should be corrected now and not in 3 years. So the question came up several times, what specifically does Act 62 require? Well, for one thing, it requires the IRP to include a set of resource portfolios that are designed to fairly evaluate the range of options for meeting the customer's needs. That's Section B1. The IRP doesn't do this. It doesn't look at solar or renewables before 2026. It doesn't look at coal retirements before 2028. The company never even considered these options. The Act also requires the Commission to review the reasonableness and prudence of the plan. That's Section C1. Now, this includes looking at a number of factors, including commodity price risks and diversity of generation supply. Now, we've talked about the issues with PPA price assumptions, gas prices, and carbon prices. These problems mean that the results of Dominion's production cost modeling are simply not informative. And unless we correct them, we don't know whether Dominion's selected plan is actually reasonable. But the plan doesn't just have to be reasonable, it has to be prudent. So what does prudent mean? So one definition of prudent is acting with or showing care and thought for the future. And then if you look at the definition of prudence, it's caution or circumspection as to danger or risk. So a resource plan can be a reasonable way of meeting needs in the base case. But if it doesn't show care for the future, if it doesn't consider risk or danger, it is not prudent. Dominion's plan is not prudent because it doesn't balance risks. Now, Dominion, they did do sensitivity analyses as the Act requires. But what they didn't do was actually factor those sensitivities into the way they selected their plan. The only future that Dominion plans for is the one that it expects. Now, you would think that we would all know better than that by now. So the IRP does not meet requirements of Act 62. And this will have consequences for ratepayers, both in the short term and in the long term. So, and in particular, and there was extensive testimony about this, the company may be passing up opportunities for near-term savings for ratepayers by failing to even consider procuring low-cost solar or storage resources. Now, SBA has made a series of recommendations for both the short term and the long term. They're detailed in the conclusion of Mr. Searcy's direct and rebuttal testimony. Our short-term recommendations include adding a small number of additional resource plans to better reflect the range of possibilities, correcting the flaws in Dominion's modeling assumptions and rerunning the modeling, and adopting some simple risk metrics to help select a prudent resource plan. We ask that you reject the IRP and require Dominion to implement these changes in a revised IRP. We also look forward to delivering to the Commission our recommendation on an RFP process that would capitalize on the federal investment tax credit. And we also look forward to participating in the upcoming competitive procurement proceeding. So SBA would, again, like to welcome these new commissioners to the Public Service Commission, and we look forward to appearing before you all again soon. Thank you.
Thank you for your well-prepared closing argument. Please call the next party.
South Carolina Coastal Conservation League and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Kate Lee, representing South Carolina Coastal Conservation League and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy. I first just echo others' appreciation for all of your time and consideration over the past few days. As you heard many witnesses testify, Dominion's IRP does not meet either the letter or the spirit of the EFA. The EFA's requirements are intended to ensure that Dominion systematically and thoughtfully analyzes the options available to it and makes informed planning decisions based on that analysis. That it explains those decisions in a comprehensive IRP document for the benefit of the Commission and the South Carolina ratepayers that ultimately will foot the bill. and to ensure that the Commission is able to determine whether the IRP represents the most reasonable and prudent plan. Instead, Dominion treated the EFA's requirements as checkboxes it could simply tick by providing the least amount of information and analysis possible. The EFA requires a fair evaluation of all resources available to meet the utility's service obligations. Dominion did not evaluate, let alone fairly evaluate, a high DSM case. It didn't use a capacity expansion model, which would have been a more appropriate choice given the requirements of the EFA. The IRP didn't even include an action plan, a simple undertaking so basic that, as several witnesses testified, they've never seen another IRP without one. But in response to these critiques and many others identified by experts in this proceeding, Dominion essentially says, just trust us, or trust us, we'll do it later. To be clear, the EFA does not say an IRP must include these elements unless the utility promises that they'll do it later or in an update. It requires that Dominion comply with its requirements in Dominion's filed IRP. Dominion could have sought additional time from the Commission if it needed to do so to comply with the statute. Instead, they rushed through and filed a deficient IRP. As the first IRP filed under this statute, this is when the Commission will set the stage for what it expects of South Carolina utilities. South Carolina utilities should be required to take their decisions seriously and to fully evaluate their options using the best available information. Stakeholders can and should be able to bring their expertise to bear on this question and have that expertise taken seriously by the utility. Dominion's position on the EFA would essentially reduce the South Carolina IRP process to a near meaningless exercise, and that is unacceptable given the clear intent of the legislature. For that reason, we request that the Commission reject the IRP as filed. Thank you again for your time, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. SACE and CCL have no further comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your well-prepared closing arguments. Please call the next party.
The applicant, Dominion Energy South Carolina, LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me thank the Commission for its patience and forbearance as we've gone through this very complicated and difficult process. It is the first IRP under the new statute, and I would like to take three things off the table as we get started. Actually, four. One is the company is implementing a resource optimization plan. The company hopes to have that implemented in time to use it in the next update, but that's not clear that that's going to be technically possible. There's not an opportunity, if you want this to be done in a timely way, to have a stakeholder involvement process about the selection of a resource optimization plan. As a Dominion Energy company, the Dominion Energy South Carolina intends to use the software that's already been acquired by its parent and is available to it. The company also has no difficulty putting into place a short-term action plan so long as it's clear that it's an action plan and not a set of regulatory obligations that will have to come back to the Commission every time that it changes direction if the situation changes. Looking at the sorts of levels of specificity and other plans, the company is comfortable going forward with a plan that lays out what its intentions are going forward, and that's what I've heard everyone saying so far. Now, there's a great mystery as to why there's no short-term action plan before in this particular IRP, and the answer is that it's the result of the people in this room. There was a short-term action plan in the IRPs beginning in 1991 in Order 1002, but in 1998 the Commission specifically withdrew the requirement of a short-term action plan, and there hasn't been one in the company's plan since that time. That was the case when Act 62 was adopted, and the Act 62 did not put a requirement for a short-term action plan in the Act. By my count, there are 4 lawyers on the commission now. I can't recall another time we had a majority. So I'll make a little bit of a lawyer argument. You can't hold someone responsible for violating a statute if you don't tell them in the statute what they have to do. There's nothing in the statute that says you have to use a particular resource optimization plan or any other model. Could have been put in there if the legislature wanted. They didn't. There's nothing requiring a short-term action plan. There's nothing retiring a stakeholder plan. But let me take that off the table. The company is more than happy to begin working through a stakeholder process. The difficulty that we want to overcome is that with the resources we have and the timing we have, it's going to be difficult to roll out a fully fledged, fully implemented stakeholder process between now and the February filing. Why is there a February filing? There's a February filing because the Act 62 says that an IRP has to be updated every 3 years. February of last year was the 3rd year anniversary of the plan that had been before the commission theretofore. So it was a statutory requirement that we file in February. There's a requirement for an annual update. And so the company's position is to comply strictly with the statute. They need to file every February. There is a concern that if you push the deadlines out for the update, you're going to have to make it up somehow at the tail end because there is a 3-year obligation to refile the IRP. It's very clear. No more than 3 years, so it's an upper limit. So that means in February of 2003, something will have to be filed. If you begin pushing the update timing out, you're going to end up with a compressed problem at the end of that system. We'll work with whatever we have to, but that's the thinking behind why it is important to keep the current structure of annual filings on an annual basis. There is nothing in the Act that requires RFPs for short-term, for near-term purchases of capacity. There's a reason why the company didn't model the PPAs coming out in a period before 2006. By the way, part of the reason is that when the South Carolina Solar Business Alliance put its preferred plans before us, the ones that are attached to the current IRP, they were saying no PPAs before 2006 in their models, and there was no change in the PPA prices. The PPA prices did not come out of thin air. NREL, the National Renewable Energy Laboratories, which is charged with modeling and forecasting power prices for renewables, is the leading entity that does that, is the entity that came up with the prices, that provided the data that created the prices that were used. It's interesting, NREL is cited for a number of other things, like the cost of other generation sources by numerous parties in this case as being authoritative, but somehow it's not authoritative if we use it for PPAs. I don't understand that logic at all. But this commission, through a very long, complicated, and highly litigated process, determined what the avoided cost was for 10-year PPAs in South Carolina at this time. The avoided cost docket determined that cost was $30 a megawatt hour. That number is far lower than any number Mr. Searcy or anyone else has put forward. The reason why there was no attempt to model an earlier PPA was because the avoided cost numbers today simply don't support this argument that there's money being left on the table, that somehow customers would benefit if the PPAs were done in the short term. There is in the statute, there is clear compliance. There's a clear list of things that the company must do. The company has done each of them. The company, in Mr. Bell's testimony, put forward an index to tie each of the statutory requirements to the IRP and then discussed each of them in sequence in his testimony. Now, it's quite understandable that people with different interests and people with different perspectives would argue about whether the company might have used a different model, might have used a different set of forecasts, might have done this, that, or the other. What you will notice, I think, if you look, is that the only party here that represents the interest of customers, ORS, has looked at this modeling in great detail with very qualified experts, and they have testified in this commission that the work that's been done by Dominion fully complies with Act 62. You've heard that repeatedly this afternoon. It is not surprising that people who have different interests would come up with different answers. The Sierra Club, CCL SACE, their commitment is to decarbonization, to eliminating fossil fuels. I have no problem with that. It's an admirable goal, but it's not the interest that is as broad or as comprehensive as that of ORS. The South Carolina Solar Business Alliance is the trade organization for the people who want to sell PPAs to Duke and DESC in South Carolina. It is perfectly appropriate for them to argue the interests of their members and the people they represent. But they don't represent the customers of Dominion Energy or the people who end up paying the prices for the product that they sell. For that reason, I think you ought to pay very close attention to what ORS is saying in this docket. The company has shown, I think, through the extraordinary responsiveness that it's had to the requests from ORS and us to modify its process, it's shown an extraordinary willingness to take stakeholder criticism, critiques, suggestions very seriously, to implement them quickly, and to move forward to an IRP that incorporates as much consensus about its inputs, its models, and its outputs as possible. The company is committing to continue that process going forward so that this IRP process can evolve, and it will evolve. But this is the first one under the new statute. The requirements that are being put forward here don't show up in the statute. They're absolutely novel. The company says it's willing to work toward those things, but to say that it's violated the statute because it didn't have the foresight to see that other people would have problems with this, that, or the other, that it didn't throw out the processes it had been using for decades because of the new statute, I think is unfair. I don't think you're giving the company credit for what has been done here. The statute clearly sets up a two-part process. The company files an IRP that incorporates the items that are listed in the first part of the statute. Give me 1 second.
Attorney Ziegler, while you're looking for your next comment, I would just ask if you would do your best to stick to that 3-minute time limit that we.
All right.
Thank you so much, sir.
I don't know. I don't have my timer on. I saw Ms. Jaffe got 7 minutes, so I thought maybe I could. I wasn't quite, but the
vice chair is telling me you're at 11, so.
Oh, well, then I'm good. Well, the statute speaks for itself. The index speaks for itself. The company's commitment to improve this process and to continue to evolve the IRP speaks for itself. We need an opportunity for this process to work as intended, and the company is committed to that. And we would respectfully ask the Commission to approve this IRP so we can begin working on the stakeholder process, the implementation of the resource models, and the other actions that will, and of course the retirement studies, which we've also agreed to do, so we can begin to take this to the next level. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. All right, that brings us to the conclusion of this matter. There's a few housekeeping items I want to make sure we get out of the way before we adjourn. Proposed orders are due November 9th, is that right, General Counsel Wissinger Hill?
Yes, sir.
We've asked for several late filed exhibits. Those we're asking to come in no later than October 21st, and then the company would have opportunity to respond no later than October 28th. Anything else we need to discuss before we adjourn?
No, sir, unless you want me to go down a list of exhibits. If not, I will gladly send an email to all the parties with the list.
Let's do the latter on that. All right, this matter is adjourned.